My notes were clear?
Good morning, everyone. Oh, I don't. Yes. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. So nice to see everybody around the table. Thank you all for coming this morning. And if we could cut the music.
That would be great. Brian.
It's
What
nice.
power you have now.
Yeah, let's look at that.
I don't own that one, so I didn't know the user interface. It's my wife, sorry.
And I need to make
Oh.
an announcement about the Wi-Fi code, too, for people.
Okay. Oh, excellent. All right. Just remind me if I forget that. Well, welcome, everyone. I'm so pleased to see you all. We have a great agenda this morning. We'll do our introductions when Chris Monteith comes back and get started with her presentation in just a few minutes. I want to welcome everyone this morning. I want to make a quick welcome to Ken Mallory from the Office of the People's Council in the District of Columbia, who is now Nasuka's representative on the CAC, so welcome.
Thank you so much.
And Linda Sherry. Linda is representing Consumer Action today, so welcome to you. And finally, Julie Kearney from CEA is our host for our food today. Thank you very much for doing that. That's great. Well, I know our working groups have been very busy, and I greatly appreciate that, all the work that you've been doing. We have some recommendations this afternoon, which we'll be taking a look at. You also will be meeting soon after lunch to do some more work. So really, thank you. Everybody has been stepping up to the plate. Some great work has been happening, and that's been wonderful. We have an addition to our agenda today I wanted to tell you about. As you can see from the agenda, Gigi Sohn is coming at 10:30 to talk about her role on the chairman's staff. But what you might not know, and we didn't know until late last night, is that the chairman will also be joining us this morning. So that's really great news. Really pleased to tell you that. And let's see. Well, Scott wants me to remind everybody that our lunch today is only for CAC members and FCC staff working with the CAC. And I think that means our audio
Right.
staff
Interpreters, yes.
and interpreters, yes. So thank you for that. Scott will let us know what our breakout session rooms will be today. Let's see. Any other?
code.
Oh yes, Scott wants to tell everybody what our Wi-Fi code is. That's important. Let me
Okay.
pass that to you, Scott.
All right. The Wi-Fi code is FCC in solid caps, no space, 19019.
And which network is that for?
For our public Wi-Fi network.
I'm seeing Hotspot, I'm seeing XFCC, and there's a bunch of networks listed.
I think it's called Hotspot.
Okay.
FCC Hotspot Network.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry, the food in my mouth.
And then you just tab over to accept, and you'll be in business. Okay.
Perfect timing. Perfect timing. All right. So we're going to go right to our agenda this morning. For our first set of presentations, we always appreciate a review of what the Consumer Bureau is up to, and for that, we have our acting chief of the Consumer and Government Bureau, Chris Monteith. So thank you so much, Chris, and your team for being here today. Oh, but before we do that, we usually go around and do our introductions. That's our first thing, but I thought we'd wait until you were here, Chris, so that you could hear our introductions. I'm Deborah Berlin, the chair representing the National Consumers League. Julian? Oh, and remember, I didn't go over, for anyone who's new, such as Ken, let me just remind everyone that when you speak, you need to raise your hand so you can be recognized by the booth so they can turn your mic on. And also, when we have any discussion and you have a question, if you could raise and leave your tent card upright so I can recognize you. Thanks.
All right, hand up. Hi, I'm Julian Goldman. I'm a physician at Partners Healthcare. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Robert Jaron with Qualcomm Incorporated.
Mitsuko Herrera with Montgomery County, Maryland.
Kenneth Mallory, representing Nasuka.
Steve Posios, American Consumer Institute.
I'm Barry Mansky with the Digital Policy Institute.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dorothy Watt, speaking from the Helen Keller National Center.
Good morning, Andrea Quijada, Media Literacy Project.
Good morning, Linda Sherry from Consumer Action.
Good morning, Stephanie Pody from the National Cable and Telecommunications Association.
Good morning, Ann Bobeck from the National Association of Broadcasters.
Good morning, Mary Crespi with Verizon.
Irene Leach, representing the Consumer Federation of America.
Good morning, Art Neal from New Media Rights at the California Western School of Law.
Mia Martinez with the National Asian American Coalition.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association of America.
Hi, everyone. This is Claude Stout. I'm with the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Consumer Advocacy Network.
Hi, Indra Chalk, T-Mobile.
Chris Baker, AARP Public Policy Institute.
Olivia Wine, National Consumer Law Center.
Fernando LaGuardia, Time Warner Cable.
Julie Carney, Consumer Electronics Association. Hello.
Good morning, Chris. Mark DeFalco, Appalachian Regional Commission.
Good morning, Paul Schrader, American Foundation for the Blind.
And back to me. Yes, and that's back to?
I'm sorry, Scott Marshall. Good morning.
Scott Marshall, a very important person to our CAC, absolutely. I also wanted to recognize John Brault, who's also from the National Consumers League, who is here, who is very important, yes, very important to our committee. Thanks, John, for being here. And I'll turn it over to you now, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's always a great day when we get to spend time with the members of the CAC, and we so much appreciate your coming to town, particularly given the on-off nature of our weather and the snow and everything else. So we appreciate your being here and giving of your time and your energy and your enthusiasm and your expertise. It's a great time to be at the Commission. Chairman Wheeler, I know you've met him before, and I know he's coming down to say hello later in the morning, brings a lot of enthusiasm and commitment and expertise to the agency. He is very results-oriented. I've heard him say on numerous occasions to the Bureau and office chiefs that there's no point in doing something if we're not going to achieve results in the end. And he's tasked all of us with achieving results. I know the Bureau shares his philosophy, and the CAC, I know, shares his philosophy, which is reflected in the great work that you've done over the years and to current. It's a busy time in CGB and across the agency. CGB is the lead or an active participant in many of the chairman's priorities. Disabilities rights and access is a very high priority for him, and of course CGB's Disability Rights Office and Karen Pelt-Strauss is very involved in those issues and the lead on those issues. Consumer protection and education. We have our Consumer Policy Division. Mark Stone heads that up with help from others, of course, and Roger Goldblatt heads up our consumer outreach and education initiatives. Process reform, you've heard of that. I know you've looked at that, including consumer complaint reform is a key priority for the chairman. You may have seen the report that he issued not long ago. Diane Cornell was heading up that initiative. And Michael Karowitz heads up our consumer complaints and inquiries operations, and he'll be talking to you about consumer complaint reform. I know you guys have looked at that issue. You've given us great recommendations, and we look forward to following through on those recommendations, and you'll hear more about that. And tech transitions, high priority for the Commission. The Commission released an order in January, and CGB was an active part of that. You'll hear about the tech transitions in the order. The Commission opened the door for a broad set of voluntary experiments meant to ensure that the nation's communications networks continue to provide the services consumers want and need in this era of historic technology transformations. And the experiments will focus on the enduring values underlying the operations of today's networks and how those values can be preserved and enhanced through the technological changes. One of those values, of course, is consumer protection. And Mark and his team have been actively involved in the tech transitions work. We're in the process and helping to support our colleagues across the agency of looking at the two service-based experiments that have come in from AT&T and Iowa Network Services. And we're committed as we review those experiments and continue down this path to making it easy for consumers to register their concerns about the transition before us. There's also a data component element to the IP tech transitions item. The proposal for the ongoing data initiative explores ways that we can evaluate our current data gathering efforts, extend them as appropriate, and strive towards making a more comprehensive factual account of the technology transitions. And we're very involved in that aspect of the tech transitions as well. On disability rights, let me stop there. Several speakers. I'm giving you kind of the overview of what we've been working on, but the CGB folks and then others from across the agency will give you a much broader and more in-depth look at these issues. On the disability rights front, the Commission has been very active, as you know. In February, the Commission unanimously approved new, more comprehensive rules for TV closed captioning to ensure that viewers who are deaf and hard of hearing have full access to programming. And Lisa Hamlin and Claude Stout and many others were just fantastic in working with the Commission throughout that process. Ann Boback from NAB and others from industry also, just fantastic. I thought it was a good collaborative effort, and the item was better for your involvement and your input. So thank you for that. Karen will talk more about the closed captioning item and what it does, but I do want to highlight how important this issue is and how it took years to achieve this success. But yet Chairman Wheeler came in and within 4 months had it before the Commission for consideration. So kudos for him for helping us to push this item. I'm really committed to it. I also want to commend the Disability Working Group for your efforts to develop a disability agenda after the CVAA. Although much has been done post-CVAA, your thoughts on where we are and where we should go are very important to us. The Bureau continues to work on the issues that are closest to consumers, among them robocalls and cramming. We have a large number of proceedings before us, and we're working very hard to work through the issues and to work through the many items before us. Mark will talk about that. And then, of course, consumer complaint reform. We have an active working group developed and working on that. You may have heard Chairman Wheeler testified before Congress and was asked about process reform and consumer complaint reform, and he's very committed to that issue. Michael and I talk and we say, we think it's really going to happen. It's something that we really have wanted to make changes in our consumer complaint processes, and if not for money and resources. But we think the commitment, and the chairman will be here to talk to you about this, but the commitment is there, and we're finally getting the funding and the resources. So that's very exciting for us. And Roger's going to update you on the great workshops and events that we have had and will be having in the near future. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Mark. Thanks, Chris. Yep.
Good morning. Good to see you all here today. I'd like to cover some of the ground Chris briefly touched on, briefly update you on 3 areas that I think will be of interest to you. First, Chris mentioned the technology transitions effort here at the Commission. As you know, the Commission paved the way for experiments at its January open meeting. Of particular interest, the Commission said that, among many other things, the core consumer protections that CGB administers, including slamming, cramming, and truth in billing, are a condition of any proposed trial. In other words, the Commission was clear that an experiment to move to IP must not cause consumers to lose the protection of these key requirements that are designed to make sure consumers' bills are clear and understandable, and that they are billed only for the charges that they authorized, among many other things. The Commission also put a premium on consumer feedback as a tool for assessing the success of the experiments, and indeed the transition more broadly. The Commission has specifically sought state feedback on the best way to gather and analyze consumer complaints and questions about the transition. We know this hits a second area that you've been focused on, our complaint gathering and analysis, and I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about that later today. Second is another big topic for us, robocalls, as Chris mentioned. I'm sure you know that robocalls is the top consumer complaint subject here at the FCC. As Chris mentioned, we have a number of requests that seek clarification of our rules that protect consumers from unwanted calls and text messages. These requests raise an array of questions about what calls and texts exactly consumers want to receive and what calls and texts they find annoying and sometimes costly. For example, a recurrent question is whether a consumer who gives a company their wireless number has thereby consented to receive calls and texts from that company. Now, logically, you may say yes. That's why you give your number out. But often it's a question of what exact texts and other messages is a consumer consenting to. Is that consent narrow or is it broad? Another question is whether a consumer can give that type of consent on behalf of another consumer. So, for example, if your phone number is in my contacts list, can I consent on your behalf to receive a text message from a third party? As the Commission grapples with these questions, we welcome any guidance you might offer us on what consumers find helpful and what they don't. And I should stop to mention, just yesterday the Commission adopted 2 orders to clarify our TCPA rules on this very subject. One is in a matter called Cargo Airlines, which in essence says that consumers can now receive text messages or phone calls to say that packages have been delivered to their homes, as long as those are free of charge to consumers. So that was an example of the Commission saying we think these are the types of messages consumers want to receive, in contrast to a lot of robocalls which consumers do not want to receive. The second item that the Commission adopted is called GroupMe, which is basically address a text message-based social network. And the Commission said that, again, we think these are the types of text messages consumers would welcome rather than oppose. So those are just 2 of many petitions we have before us. So again, we welcome your input on these issues. Finally, cramming, or billing consumers for unauthorized charges. The Commission just refreshed the record on cramming back in December after noting evidence that cramming has gone from a problem primarily for landline consumers to a growing issue for wireless consumers. The Commission has asked whether it should extend its rules for wireline to wireless given this development. So, for example, should wireless providers separate third-party charges from its own charges on consumer bills to better help consumers home in on potential cramming? We're reviewing the refreshed record now and welcome any input that you may have. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Karen?
everyone. It's great to see you all again. Most of my remarks today are going to be focused on the closed captioning item that we adopted in February. I know that as Chris pointed out, various people around the table had a huge role in making this happen, and I also want to thank the chairman for allowing this to happen. There were people in this building that had worked on this, as Chris said, for many years, actually up to 10 years. And for him to have come in and made this happen in 4 months was truly extraordinary, and everybody is so appreciative. The original rules on captioning were adopted by the Commission back in 1997. Those rules declined to adopt quality standards because it was expected that the marketplace would handle quality. But over the years, consumers raised a lot of concerns about the decline in quality. And so in February, our new report and order established 4 components that we believe and consumers suggested are the essence of ensuring high-quality captions. These are accuracy, synchronicity, program completeness, and placement. And they're kind of self-evident, but just to go over them briefly, accuracy requires that captions reflect the dialogue and the sound and the background noises and lyrics in music to the fullest extent possible. Synchronicity deals with the timing of programming, making sure that the captions are in sync with whatever audio information is provided, and that the captions are not too fast or too slow. Program completeness means that the captions have to start at the beginning of the program and end at the end of the program without cutting off in the middle. And placement is to make sure that the captions aren't blocking other important information on the screen, such as people's faces or other graphics or other textual information. Our standards take into account whether or not programming is pre-recorded, live, or near live, because pre-record, it's a lot easier to make sure that the 4 components will be fully met for pre-recorded programming, since the captions are provided offline and there's time for reviewing and editing. With live programming and near live programming, near live is like late night shows that have been, actually our definition says that it's any program that's been produced or prepared within 24 hours of airing. On those television shows, generally, the captions are produced live, and so there's not as much opportunity. There's really no opportunity to review and edit. Nevertheless, while we're going to be considering the type of programming, we're still expecting that generally these 4 components are met in a way that will enable people to understand, that rely on captions, to understand a program's content. We also incorporate into our rules best practices that were provided to us by the industry. They are very, very extensive. They're best practices for video programmers, and an industry member entity that's subject to our rules can choose to strictly follow the standards that we've laid out or these best practices. The best practices deal with more the process of providing captions, and they're designed to make sure that those components are met. So, for example, they talk about having contracts with captioning agencies to ensure compliance with the standards, ensuring equipment reliability, providing advanced preparation to captioners, monitoring captions, making sure that captioners have proper training and supervision, etc. Our rules are a complaint-driven process, so that we're not expecting to conduct compliance reviews. We're relying on complaints from consumers about the quality, and we're going to be carefully reviewing those complaints over the course after the rules become implemented. The second part of our rules deal with electronic newsroom technique. Currently, our rules require that newscasts and other live programming, or I should say allow for live programming on newscasts, to use something called the electronic newsroom technique, which relies on teleprompters, pre-scripted information entered into teleprompters that then are converted into captions. And in the past, the problem with allowing this for the majority of stations is that it does not capture live events, so it misses a lot of up-to-date weather, sports, and field reports. The ENT is actually not allowed for the major national broadcast television networks such as ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC, and affiliates of these networks in the top 25 television markets, as well as national non-broadcast networks serving at least 50% of all homes subscribing to multi-channel video programming services. But for all others, they can use ENT. Because of the problems with ENT, consumers had come to the Commission and asked that we phase out the use of ENT and require live captioning for all of these other stations and channels. Rather than do that, because out of concerns that were raised to us by industry, that if we did that, it might curb the ability for smaller stations that don't have the financial means to provide live captioning. It might cause those stations to cut back on their news programming. So rather than do that, what we did was take suggestions from industry to add additional requirements for when an entity would be deemed in compliance with these ENT rules. And so now we are expecting that most news, including sports, weather, and late-breaking news, is scripted, and where it cannot be scripted so that it eventually becomes captions, that other visual information is used to provide visual access, such as through crawls. We are going to be taking a very careful look at the ultimate effect and success of our rules, both with respect to the quality standards and with respect to this new method, which we're calling enhanced ENT, after approximately 1 year. And we are looking forward to having a continued dialogue between industry and consumers and us, if you guys will let us in, to analyze the success of all of these rules. And we're going to take it from there and figure out at that point whether we need to amend any of our rules. The report and order that we adopted also codifies existing requirements for video programming distributors to monitor and maintain their equipment and take any corrective action to ensure that their equipment is in proper working order. This is more of a technical requirement. We also adopt a new rule for routine technical equipment checks, and we require distributors to keep records of their activities related to such maintenance and monitoring and checks, and to keep those records for 2 years. The report and order has a declaratory ruling. I won't go into it, but it just clarifies certain issues that deal with closed captioning on TV. And it also has attached to it a further notice. We seem to do everything around here with a report and order and a further notice. I guess it's a maybe keep us employed type of thing, but there always seems to be other issues that we have to deal with. And here there were several, and one of the biggest ones is trying to figure out who is the best entity to have responsibility for addressing the quality rules. So that is a major component of the further notice that we're going to be looking at, whether it's video programming distributors or video programmers or video owners, who is closest to the quality issues. We also ask in the further notice whether we should adopt some of the techniques that we recommend in the report and order to improve captioning on live programming. As I mentioned, there are drawbacks. It's difficult to achieve compliance fully with the 4 components for live programming, but there are certain measures that we've learned about that possibly could make captioning a little bit better, such as having the programmer provide advanced delivery of the audio track to captioners, using fade-outs for the last few seconds of a program, so that you can, if the captions are not in sync, they will at least continue and not cut off. For near live programming, again, you could provide a complete program or script or a near complete program to the captioning agency in advance of airing. Late night programs typically tape at around 6 p.m. They don't air until around 11 or 11:30 or 12. if that program goes to the captioners in advance, they could at least start getting the captioning done. So those are the kinds of things. We also ask in the notice of proposed rulemaking whether we should have requirements for outage when there's an outage of captioning, whether consumers should be notified in real time or on websites, whether or not we should improve the ways that companies respond and handle to consumer concerns. And also, we received another petition from consumers, or the original petition that we received that led to this proceeding was received in 2004. We received another petition from consumers in 2011 asking us to reconsider some of the captioning exemptions that we have, and so we ask about those as well. One of those exemptions involves new networks. We currently have an exemption for all new networks for 4 years, and we're looking at that as well. So the Federal Register notice for the notice of proposed rulemaking, I believe, was published yesterday. For the report and order, it will be published on Monday. That's what my sources tell me. I have not verified yet that it was published yesterday, but I believe that that was the scheduled date. The comments are due on a rolling basis. The comments dealing with responsibility for who should have responsibility and liability for compliance are due 30 days from the Federal Register notice. The comments on everything else are due 60 days. And then there's a reply cycle as well, 90 days for the responsibility and liability and 120 days for everything else. Just really quickly, that's it for the captioning. I just wanted to mention two other things. Actually, probably the most important thing is the M-Enabling Conference that is going to be taking place. Many of you have attended that in the past. It's a conference that is designed to focus on wireless technology access, and it will be held again this June. This is the third time that it's been held. It's an international conference. Last year, we had over 500 people from more than 30 countries. The conference is put together in conjunction with G3ICT, global. I know I'm going to mess this up. It's a global group that's connected with IT, the International Telecommunications Union, and it focuses on information and communications technologies. So that is going to be held in Crystal City, June 9th, and we are also a sponsor and host of this event. It will be held June 9th and 10th. On June 11th, we have an FCC Day where we invite many of the delegates from international countries to learn about our laws. One thing that's very, very special at this conference this year, which we've never done before, is that on the evening of June 9th, at the beginning, right just before the reception, the chairman is going to be giving the keynote, and then he's going to be giving out the awards for the chairman's AAA. Some of you are familiar with this. These are awards for advancements in accessibility, and they're given to outstanding public and private ventures that are designed to create innovations and new technologies for accessibility for people with disabilities. We have a notice out on this. It's if any of you get our Access Info list, or on our Access Info list, you get information about this. We've extended the deadline to April 15th. And we encourage you to share information about this. Any of you that are not on our Access Info list that want to receive ongoing information about accessibility and disability matters, send an email either to me, karen.strauss@fcc.gov, that's 2 S's in Strauss, STRAUSS, or to accessinfo, ESSINFO, at fcc.gov, and just ask to be put on that list, and you'll get updates on what we do on disability. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Karen. Now, Michael Karowitz will talk to us about what's going on in his areas.
Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be back to talk to you about consumer complaints and all that we've been doing. And the first thing I'd like to say is good timing. Your recommendation that you made December 16th of last year was very well timed. As you know, the new chairman came in that same quarter, the fourth quarter of the year. Around the time that you were making your recommendation, he was visiting our consumer call facility in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, and he went around and spent a lot of time with the employees talking to them about how they do business every day, what could be done better. He also was a little taken aback at the state of the technology, meaning that, gee, we're due for an upgrade and we've been due for some time. And ever since that visit, ever since your recommendation, we've been off and running. What we are doing now is working to implement a comprehensive vision of the consumer complaint reform, reforming the consumer complaint processes. And this really, what I want to do is walk you through very briefly an outline of what we're contemplating. And it really is in two halves. One is how the consumer complaint process will work, and the other is how the consumer complaint data can be used more constructively. And looking at what the consumer will see on his or her end, I think I can get away with reading you one sentence from an internal document that we've been using. It says, revise the web-based consumer interface with the input from the Consumer Advisory Committee to increase utility to consumers. So we take really seriously the time and effort you made in putting together your recommendation, and that's really very much at the heart of what we would like to do. I think more broadly for today, what I would like to outline is what we're thinking of doing as a single intake form for complaints. And what this would do is replace the 16 current forms that we have. Consumers do have to sort of look around to figure out where to put their complaint. And although I think it works pretty well, obviously what we want to strive for is the absolute government standard in this area, and that would be a single intake form. We're also looking at automating the process for incoming complaints much more than they are now. And this would lessen the lengthy queue of pending complaints that need to be manually processed by our personnel. A lot of the process would be done electronically. Therefore, we could use our personnel for more significant tasks involving complaints and consumer needs. We would also streamline the coding information that accompanies complaints as they are routed, processed, and classified, and over time provide consumers the means to self-code their complaints at the time of filing. One of the big benefits of streamlining coding, and coding is, of course, is the categorization of complaints. Once you streamline the codes, you achieve a greater consistency in terminology among what we do in CGB, what the Commission does generally, what our regulatees do, what the states do, and what various organizations do. Calling a practice with the same, labeling it with the same sort of terminology benefits everyone because it's easier to compare apples to apples rather than apples to oranges. We were also looking to automate the service of outgoing complaints. We think we can do this much more quickly. Currently, serving the complaints on carriers is done on a weekly basis, and we see that this could be done absolutely on a daily basis. We are looking to coordinate much more extensively with carriers. We would like to get together with them sort of for formal sit-down meetings, hopefully quarterly. And by getting together in face-to-face meetings, we think that the communications day-to-day are going to flow a lot more efficiently as well and be more useful. And in general, we would like to encourage carriers to enhance their own dispute resolution internally rather than just referring calls to the Commission. I've been involved in this area for some time, and it seems there were, with a lot of different companies, better customer service operations that may have, through mergers, acquisitions, developments, fallen away, and we would certainly encourage companies to restore those capabilities so they're serving their customers and have the first option of resolving a problem. And then we're there. We're there if people want to turn to us and use our resources. We would also like to provide consumers with a tool of checking the status of their complaints online. Any consumer would be able to log into our website and check to see where their complaint is in the queue. If it's been served to the carrier and we're awaiting a response, or if we're mediating it, or whatever the case may be, the consumer would know what's going on in real time. And I think in this area of helping the consumer, what we want to do as well is push out information about the enforcement process and recent commission actions. We want to define for the consumer what the Enforcement Bureau does. We do receive a lot of complaints that are shared immediately with the Enforcement Bureau. These lead to investigations in some instances. Sometimes just having the aggregate data available informs how the Enforcement Bureau uses its resources. It's not necessary to get into all of this right now, but what we would like to do is put that out there on the web, share with consumers what's happening with the Enforcement Bureau, and give them a sense of how we in the Consumer Bureau work pretty directly with what goes on with enforcement, and it is a coordinated process. And then I think, as I said, we would love to provide consumers with much more tailored information about what the Enforcement Bureau has done. So, for instance, if somebody has a complaint about a particular area, they could immediately through the web receive information of everything the Enforcement Bureau has done in the past year, anything that would be publicly available. And that would certainly reassure them that their complaint is very important to us. So we're moving in that direction. The second part, as I had flagged for you earlier, is how we can use the data more constructively. And your recommendation covered a lot of things that are good for us to be thinking about as we're brainstorming the best ways of going about this. I think in general, we believe that we can inform our own internal processes within the Commission much more than we are now. We do share data right now. People within the Commission call us all the time to find out what's going on with consumers, what their filing complaints are. We would like to push that out a little more proactively in the Commission. The benefit of this is the policy and rulemaking bureaus are going to be able to cite much more what's going on in the consumer world. And the enforcement process, of course, is going to have a more enhanced link. And we do a lot with them already. There's no problem there, but I think we can make it better. Just because it's going well doesn't mean that we can't take additional steps. We would really like to inform the public by making data more available, more data available to the public about complaints that we're receiving. All of you, I'm sure, by now are familiar with the quarterly reports. We would like to go well beyond the quarterly reports in giving you data that's useful so you can understand what's going on with consumers. Or maybe a better way of putting it, since some of you know as well as we do, if not better in some areas, what's going on, we can begin to give a foundation to the information that's out there and make that available, and others can build on it. We can trade information. It's a way of making sure that everybody knows what's going on, and so we can all address it. We would also like to publicize carrier complaint data. There may be different areas that are getting a large number of complaints, geographic areas. Certain carriers may be impacted. We would like to find a way of pushing that information out to the public so the public themselves can make judgments about the complaints that are coming in to us involving carriers that are specified. that's pretty much the general overview of where we're going. We're starting out broad at this point. It's the beginning of the process. You've given us a good deal of specificity in your recommendations, and our discussion about all of your recommendations is ongoing. But believe me, as I said, as that line I read you indicates, your ideas are very much a part of what we're entertaining right now internally. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Roger?
So I know that, Chris, you need to leave
Yes,
shortly,
yes.
but you will be back at some point. And so we may have questions for the team. I don't know if anyone has any specific questions for Chris, and we might be able to entertain those later, but I don't think we will be able to ask Chris any questions right now. Is that right? Because
Yeah, I need to leave in I've got a couple minutes.
a couple
So
minutes.
if there are
Should
questions,
we
I'd be happy
just see
to.
if there are any questions directly for Chris before she has to leave?
Are the other members going to take questions?
They can?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that will...
I mean, I have a question, but I don't know whether you want to direct it to your staff or take it on yourself, so.
Does it apply to one of the topics that has been discussed?
Yes.
Okay, then probably one of your team members can take that.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Great. Thanks, Roger.
Okay. Hi. Excuse me. I'm obsessive about time, so I'll try to talk fast, which I do anyway. The outreach office is basically the translator. We're the ones who, translate to the average consumer, which is probably 90-some-odd% of the population, what's going on at the FCC. So you hear terms like IP transition. I'd say most people do not know what that means. So we set up networks. We divide our office into constituency groups, consumer groups, non-English speaking, African American, rural, people with disabilities. We try to reach every group there is. And we set up databases so we can do it geographically. We'll let you know something's going on in your area. We're also behind the scenes. Anytime there's a workshop, a town hall going on, our office is the ones that help. They said, we want somebody on the panel with this background or that kind of background who can speak for consumers. So we work and we get them the panelists. We also work a lot in setting up the room. What's the best kind of venue for the best interaction? What works best? We also, like I say, we have a timer. I make sure everybody stays on time. Sometimes it doesn't always work, but we try the best we can. The best new thing going on in COD, which is Consumer Affairs Outreach Division, is we now have a web page. It's fcc.gov/outreach. Pretty easy to remember. And in the same vein as far as translating, we try to put what's going on that will affect the consumer. It's quite an attractive page, if I say so myself. We try to have pictures of events that go on. We say what's upcoming, what kind of workshops are coming up. We also show the Twitter feed, like what's happening, what people are commenting on. We also show every way you can keep in touch with the FCC. We have 5 different mechanisms, from Facebook to Twitter to things I've never heard of, so I'm not even going to mention them. We also have links where people say, how can we get a speaker? How can we get a specialist? Who can come and speak on Lifeline? Who can speak on something else? So we work as the intermediary trying to find the subject matter specialists within the FCC. We also help with the 8th floor, the chairman's office, the commissioner's office. A lot of times they want to work with consumer groups, or they're traveling to an area and they say, which are good groups that we should meet with? Who do you suggest? So we're all over the place. We really truly are. We're the behind the scenes. We decided that the biggest thing we need to do this year, we have a new chairman. As Chris said, he's really focused on results, and we want to help translate 3 of what we consider 3 really high priorities: IP transition, cybersecurity, and broadband adoption, just understanding everything about broadband. So we have a meager budget, and I say meager because It is. But we do the best. We're used to dealing with very little. So that's what we're dealing with. But we'll make it work, and we're amazingly creative. If there was a picture in the dictionary with thinking outside the box, that would be our office. So, and kind of wrapping it up, we also do a newsletter. We just started quarterly newsletters that we send out to groups, and the concept being that the groups that we send them out to then take excerpts and put it in their newsletters and send it out. What's coming up? We're helping Karen and Disability Office work on the AAA awards. We have some nominations. We'd love to get more. We extended the deadline till the 15th. So if you have any ideas, you know people who have great creative small startup companies, have them apply. Nominate them yourself, because we're really open to that. For May is Older Americans Month, and we're going to have a program on May 22nd, which is going to be kind of exciting, so you'll hear about it. The concept is going to be Older Americans stay safe, healthy, and tech savvy. So it's going to be quite an exciting program, again, if I say so myself. So the last thing, pretty good. I haven't spoken that long. The last thing, I'm going to be talking to Scott and Debbie. I want my office to contact pretty much each and every one of you, get an idea for how we can do outreach better, any cracks we could fill, any places maybe we haven't reached. Our goal, we have a staff of about 10, 11 people. We have the capability of reaching as many people. Hope we want to reach everybody. So any ideas, things maybe we haven't thought of, ways we can extend our reach, knowing that it's hard to get outside the Beltway, but we want to get outside the Beltway. We have a lot of events here in this room, but as you all know, it's difficult for a lot of consumers to get here. It's not that convenient. We're doing webinars. We webcast everything. We take questions when we do an event. But any ways that you all can help, and this is a commitment. I think this is being taped, so we really are going to contact each and every one of you, and your input really does matter, and we really value CAC, at least in our office, I think all over CGB. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Roger. Okay. Thanks so much, and thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. I will see you later in the day, and my team will be here, and they're the experts, so I'm sure they'll be happy to entertain your questions and to interact further. So I'll see you soon.
Well, thank you for the responsiveness to our recommendations. So thank you. So team, come on back, and we'll see if we have some questions from the group here. Mitzi, I know you have one. So if you have a question, just raise your card. So Mark and Michael and Karen and Roger, you're here too. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mitzi.
Okay, so I have two questions. This is Mitzi Herrera from Montgomery County, Maryland. So just a quick one for Karen. Will you have a fact sheet on the new, first, thank you very much for what you've done. I know it's been a lot of work, and there have been a lot of people who've been helpful. Probably among NASUCA members and among local governments who do consumer outreach and who handle a lot of video, we would like to have people be better informed about what the status of the law is. So a fact sheet that we can post in a simple place where people can, if they have issues that need to be addressed, the sooner that you can get that out. I know the rules take effect in January, but I also know it takes a while to get these things approved through the cycle. So if you could make that available.
Absolutely. Are you talking about the captioning rules?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. We try to put out fact sheets, we call them consumer guides, on everything, and we will make a concerted effort for your request to get this out sooner rather than later.
Great. And then the other one is for Michael. We appreciate that the Bureau wants to take seriously the work that the CAC has done, and that to the extent that those recommendations are useful. But as the chairman has said, unless there are actual results that come from that, it is not transparent the benefit of that work. This is the third CAC that has recommended that the Bureau put the complaints, all of the complaints, all of the categories, not just the top 5 or 6, make those available. And it has not happened yet. So one is, do you have a time frame to do that?
I don't have a time frame or a schedule that I can talk about right now. This was the subject of some questions on the Hill for the chairman, and so I don't want to get ahead of my boss.
All right, I mentioned that because in the previous meetings we were told that that was being worked on and was very close.
It is. We have done a lot over time. We did focus on the IVR recommendations that the CAC made and did implement those. We have considered pretty closely all of the input you've given us on the complaint process, and we're good with that. As the way I put it earlier when I spoke was, we're starting broadly. We're starting big picture. We're starting to phase all of this in. The exact schedule, how it's going to go, what the IT ramifications are things that I don't currently know right now, but it's a major item, and I believe it's a major priority for the chairman.
Okay, so I'll just close and say that there were discussions within the CAC last time about some of the categories, and I think that there are many members in here who would be willing to give you input. Some of the carriers in particularly had concerns that when the complaint dealt with an underlying third-party person, that it was sort of lumped into the carrier groups. From a consumer perspective, we have concerns about how you classify broadband. You have 3 different categories of that. The 4th category doesn't include any information, and then one of them has 0 complaints. So it's not transparent. It's not very helpful for people trying to do work to try to understand some of this. So the sooner that you can move forward, even on an interim basis, with getting things out there would be useful. And what would be very useful is to be able to be transparent about a goal for implementation, whether it's before the end of the Obama administration, before the end of the chairman's term, but to actually have a meaningful deadline that you're trying to meet so that there's a way to manage those expectations.
I understand that and appreciate it very much, because I think some of the frustration you might have with timelines and the fact that this has come up for a couple of meetings is something that we share as well. As you know, the commission has had a bit of a transition with one chairman departing, an interim chairwoman, and a new chairman coming on board. I think every one of them wanted to do quite a bit in this area. When I opened my remarks and was talking about timing, I think this time there's a lot more energy being focused on this before. There is more of a unity between what's going on with the chairman and him pushing this and being very concerned about it and what we've been doing. I think they're coming together. The timing is right. Chris Monteith mentioned herself that I think this time it's going to happen. It's not that we haven't been working on it. It's just sometimes it's difficult for things to come to fruition when there are other competing priorities. It seems this time around, right now, we seem to be one of the leading priorities in the commission right now. And it feels good because things are moving internally and hopefully externally very soon.
Thank you. I have Lisa, and then Olivia, did you have your card up, but then you put your card down? Well, we'll see how we're doing on time here, but yeah, Lisa.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association. Well, the first thing I have to say to the Commission is thank you. Thank you for all your work on the caption quality standards. Thanks to CGB and DRO and all the people. Really fabulous work. The community is very excited. And I already have heard from one person who used to do captioning as a career. She was a captioner. She moved back into court reporting at the point when the prices went so low she couldn't make a living. She talked to me. She says, "I'm ready to go back. I think that I can go back to work, and they'll be able to support my work." So that's my first positives that I've heard, beside the excitement that I have in seeing this go forward. So thank you.
Just respond to that. Thank you so much, and I want to thank you, as Chris did, and Claude and Anne and anybody else around the table that may have had a role. It was truly a coordinated effort, and I agree with Chris that the ultimate result is going to be better for it. So we appreciate that.
Right. And you're right, I have to thank Claude, too, because he was really a motivator behind this for many years. So thank you all. But I now have a question, actually, from Mark. Because you mentioned at one point that you're talking about the IP transition, and you're looking for a way for consumers to be able to reach the FCC when they have complaints during this transition. I've already received some complaints, but I didn't know where to send them. So could you tell me where to send them?
To us?
To you, or to how, and how do we get a hold of?
Better for you.
With the mic.
Do you want to submit a bunch of complaints to us, or did you want to direct people how to file with us? What would be what's easiest?
It's probably actually I'm actually going to go to the provider first, but after that, if we can't resolve it that way, I'd like to be able to know for specific, because I'm less familiar. I know how to file a captioning complaint. I'm less familiar with the IP transition, how that should go, and what I should tell consumers when they're having troubles.
Okay, well, I'd be happy to talk with you offline, and we can work something out. Generally, consumers are always free to contact us through the web. They are free to call us at 1-888-CALL-FCC and make their complaints known. And part of the job of the people that take the complaints is to direct the person to the right place, to the right form, whatever. So we will guide anyone through the process. But if you wanted to talk specifically about concerns you have, I'd be happy to do that.
And just to add to that, I think Michael's group would handle all complaints. I'll certainly be involved as well, because this particular category of complaints related to an experiment or IP is one of particular interest. So I think you'll see general interest, but particular interest for this specific project.
Right. Just in general, just so you're aware, the complaint has to do with caption telephones. When you go digital, the analog phones are not working, and the people on the ground don't know what to do with that. So I have people trying to install them and then talking to the provider, and the guys, they're just like going like this.
So that's good to hear. I should have mentioned earlier that the Commission's January order did mention that paying particular attention to ensuring that nothing is lost for people with disabilities during the transition is very much a focus. So I appreciate you raising that.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. Olivia.
Hi, this is a question probably for almost the whole team. It involves the IP trials and the complaint process and getting the word out to folks that would be involved in the pilots. The two venues in the proposed trials are pretty deregulated in terms of what the state commission can do in terms of complaints. So I'm wondering if you can speak to what you're thinking in terms of getting the word out about where the consumers should go, if they're in one of these areas where a trial is going on and they have complaints. And then also sort of, so what you're thinking is for your strategy, the outreach, how robust. I mean, we are stuck with the current complaint mechanism with the 16 different forms that we have now. I mean, are you going to modify that somehow immediately or in time before anything hits the ground? So if you could just speak to that.
So I'll mention what I think we're doing, and Michael, for his part, if he has corrections, he can jump in as well as Karen. So we have two experiment proposals before us, AT&T and INS, which Chris mentioned. The Commission in its January order said that any experiment proposal has got to discuss how the entities will conduct their own outreach, and then we also sought comment on how the Commission can do its own outreach as well. So we're reviewing the record there. to make sure that there is a good, robust outreach regime. And again, not just for the experiments, although the focus in January was the experiments, the IP transition more broadly. You mentioned the states involved. For folks that don't know, AT&T has proposed experiments in 2 states, or wire centers within 2 states, Alabama and Florida. We're currently making sure that the proposal addresses how best to work with the states. The Commission's item in January mentioned that we plan to engage with states early and often. In fact, the item delegated to the Joint Conference on Advanced Telecommunication Services, a federal-state joint board, the task of working with states to make sure that our complaint categories are doing the best job that they can to capture consumer interest. So I would say for right now, anybody that has a complaint or concern can come certainly directly to us. We are also building bridges with the states to make sure if the consumers want to go to the state in the first instance that we're getting that information as well. Although to be clear, states have varying levels of authority to handle these sorts of issues.
In particular, I mean, in Florida, it's the Department of Agriculture. I mean, I don't think that's going to come to the forefront of anyone's mind. So it is, if these consumers are then told, or, by whomever, go to the FCC, we do have the complaints process that we have now. It's not where we want to go,
right,
but it is the framework we have now. Are there plans, though, to do some immediate modifications to address that process?
Yeah, so as we mentioned earlier, absolutely. As the January order said, we're working actively as part of our larger effort to update our complaints process to focus on this area specifically. So this is sort of one aspect of what we've already been doing, but certainly one that's at the front of our thinking.
So for disability issues, Title I of the 21st Century Communications and Video Accessibility Act, also known as the CVAA, requires that advanced communication services be accessible to people with disabilities. It includes IP communications, and we have a new complaint process that's already set up that's specifically designed for complaints under this particular section of the law, and actually it requires that individuals first seek something called RDA, Request for Dispute Assistance, from our bureau. We then try to work out the issue with the consumer for a period of 30 days that can be extended for an additional 30 days by the consumer before the consumer can go to an informal complaint. So you actually have already a separate process that's in place. And Lisa, the complaints that you're talking about, while they might not necessarily apply to the experiments because they're just experiments, they would apply where there has been a shift to IP transmissions, because that means that is a form of advanced communication services. So those individuals should feel free to begin the RDA process. We definitely want to find out about those. That's exactly what the CVAA was intended to do.
We are running way behind schedule. So, Mark, do you have a really quick question?
Yes, it's also in response to Olivia's question. And is the FCC going to actually go down and conduct workshops or do something in these 2 test locations? Because I know one of them is in our region in Carbon Hill, Alabama. And AT&T has been there several times, mostly at the community center, meeting with the senior citizens, telling them all about the benefits of the trial and what they're going to do. But I know the state commission cannot do anything relative to complaints because the legislature has basically chopped them off at the knees. So is the FCC going to actually go down there and hold workshops as well so that the consumers are hearing firsthand what their options are?
This is a great question. So while the Commission certainly put a premium in the January order on outreach of all different types from all interested parties, I would still say we're fairly early on in assessing these 2 experiments before us. So I certainly would think that sort of thing is something that's going to be part of our thinking, but I don't have an answer for you right at the moment. So I'm sorry.
So I'm afraid we're going to have to thank our team here. The great questions, and this conversation will continue, and we'll make time at our next meeting for more dialogue on this very important topic. So thank you all very much. Thank you. We have a hard stop at probably close to 5 minutes from now when the chairman and Gigi Sohn are coming down. And it's not really fair, Anita, although you tell me you only need 5 minutes. I can't imagine for an important topic like Lifeline that you only need 5 minutes. But Anita, come join us, and I will make a promise that if we are not done in 5 minutes, that you will come back whenever you want today to complete your presentation, because it's a really important topic. So please, let's rearrange some time today if you don't finish and if people have questions. So Anita Pantakar-Stoll is Attorney Advisor for Telecommunications Access Policy Division here, working on Lifeline, and she's here for an update, and we had her scheduled for 10 o'clock. And this always happens in the morning. You know, we should have put you in the afternoon when we always have a little more flexibility. But thank you so much for joining us this morning. Please go ahead and we'll see how much we can do here.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Good morning, all. So I'm going to speak really quickly. So if any of you have follow-up questions, you can always feel free to contact me directly or email me at Anita Pantakar-Stoll at fcc.gov. There's only 2 Anitas in the agency, so the one with the hyphenated last name would be me. So let me just quickly go through. I had planned to talk to you briefly about the reform order, the broadband pilot, and the National Accountability Lifeline database. So real quick, let me get to the reforms. In 2012, as you all know, the Commission comprehensively reformed the Lifeline program and included a number of reforms that affected subscribers and consumers, which included providing proof of eligibility, additional certification requirements, providing additional information such as date of birth and last 4 of your social, that sort of thing. And then the Commission also required ETCs to ping what we're now calling the NLAD, the National Accountability Lifeline Database, to ensure that prospective customers weren't already receiving Lifeline from another ETC. At the end of 2012, in December, we selected projects for the Lifeline broadband program. We had 14 projects selected that covered 21 states and Puerto Rico. We've got 5 wireless, 7 wireline, and 2 that offer both wireless and wireline. Right now, these projects are currently underway. The enrollment period for these projects ended in November of last year. The entire program will come to an end in November of this year. So right now, data is coming in, and we're receiving consumer surveys and sort of looking at what we have before us. As I think has been mentioned in the past, all of the data for this pilot will be publicly available, so you all will be able to digest it as we will. So that's sort of a quick update about the broadband pilot. Moving on, in furtherance of the goals of the Lifeline Reform Order, we, of course, have been vigorously going after duplicative support in the program. We have taken a number of actions, one of which is the in-depth data validations that you all may have had experience or heard of. In 2011, USAC began conducting these IDVs with the goal of identifying and resolving instances where consumers received multiple Lifeline benefits. So these IDVs covered 36 states, 61 companies, and 245 SACs. So it was pretty far-reaching, and we have saved the fund millions as a result. In addition, the Lifeline Reform Order established the National Lifeline Accountability Database, which I mentioned. So in 2013, we began building this database. And this database will check for duplicate subscribers based on the subscriber information, and it will also run a third-party identification verification to make sure that John Smith is, in fact, John Smith. Last year, basically from June to November, USAC and the FCC held multiple workshops on the NLAD and how to interact with it. In December of last year, we began loading subscriber information, and I am happy to report, as of yesterday, we completed the loading process for the 6 state groups. USAC, in determining how to put subscriber information into the database, essentially split the states participating up into 6 groups. So as of yesterday at 12 a.m., the group 6 went live. So we do also have a few states that are not participating in the NLAD because they have databases that have passed muster, and those states are Texas, Oregon, California, Vermont, and Puerto Rico. Although, a caveat on Puerto Rico, we do have a pending petition from Puerto Rico requesting to get back into the NLAD. So now ETCs have to ping the NLAD to make sure that prospective subscribers are not already currently receiving the benefit from another ETC. Over the course of doing this, USAC has created 2 lists. So these lists are lists of duplicates. So we have one list that is the duplicates are the subscribers that are receiving multiple benefits. The other list is a list where the subscriber resides at an address where there is also another Lifeline subscriber. So with respect to the first list, where you have John Smith and he has 3 phones, that sort of situation we're addressing right now. As of March 17th, USAC sent letters to subscribers in Maryland, Arkansas, who have been identified as having multiple Lifeline supported services. And on March 25th, they sent letters to subscribers in Oklahoma. In April, we will see letters being sent to Louisiana, Washington, Massachusetts, Ohio, Maine, Mississippi, Rhode Island, West Virginia, and Georgia. And the rest of the states will come subsequently. USAC right now, I'm speaking really quickly, but right now on the website, you will see the schedule, and so you can, make your constituents aware that these letters are going out. So the point being, these subscribers are probably now going to start contacting perhaps you all and perhaps the state PUCs and PSCs, and they have in fact started contacting us. In fact, I myself have voicemails from subscribers. So that process is underway. We are really pleased with how the NLAD has progressed so far. We have been in constant communication with USAC and with the carriers as they've learned to interface with the NLAD and as they've been providing subscriber information to the NLAD. We've worked often and at great lengths with USAC to set up this database. We'll continue to monitor the operation as carriers continue to use it, and we'll closely monitor the actions of carriers and to make sure that the database is in fact operating as intended. So that's my quick version of my remarks, and I hope that you all were able to digest that really quickly. As I said, I'm happy to address any questions. If you want to forward those questions on to me at a later point, that would be fine too, or feel free to reach out to me directly, and we will leave it at that.
So you see, you did that too quickly.
Yeah, apparently I had more than a minute.
Does anyone have any questions for Anita? Yeah, Mitzi.
Mitzi from Montgomery County, and if you want, I know that there was some discussion in the IP transition about setting up a call to have more conversations about the FCC has IP trials going on, but outside of those trials, there are people who have their copper telephone either being replaced or they're moving into areas in which they don't have copper. And I see Gigi in the hallway. So what we'd like to do is have more follow-up about what are the ability for people to get Lifeline services where copper service is being discontinued. And we recently had the Verizon state government director come down and say that they are not putting in new copper and that they are no longer offering Lifeline service because the FCC does not require them. And I can take the answer later because I see the chairman here.
Fair enough. Yeah, we can continue that offline.
Okay, thank you.
Did you finish with the questions?
Well, we didn't get to these. Do we have time for the answer?
Yeah, go.
Well, the answer is quick. We are very well aware of the situation, and we haven't quite solidified our thinking of how the transition will happen. So we're definitely interested in your feedback and how you all might think the best sort of transition period can be for these subscribers. We want to make sure their equipment doesn't one day just stop working, and then they have no idea that they could have perhaps gone to another ETC or what their options in fact were.
Is the requirement to offer Lifeline service if you're no longer offering copper?
It depends, I'll say, as an attorney. It depends, of course, if you are an incumbent carrier or who the carrier is that's been providing it, so and what their options are to then transfer that customer on to someone else, or what they must do in terms of customer notification. I mean, there's a whole section in the commission rules about discontinuance of service and what they have to do in terms of notifying their subscribers and notifying the commission that they're going to stop providing this service. So I would say that this is definitely a big conversation that we'll be having, and we'll welcome any and all recommendations.
Thank you so much, Anita.
Gigi, sit right down here. This is, first rule in my business, make sure you're close to Gigi.
Apparently, the chairman needs no card, no tent card. And so, the one introduction I will give is the chairman is sitting next to, I think, the most powerful person at the FCC these days, Gigi Sohn.
I'll stipulate to that.
So, but anyway, we are so pleased to have the chairman join us this morning for our Consumer Advisory Committee, and I know you are very busy and will have a very limited time with us this morning. The commission meeting is on Monday, so I am truly amazed that you are here this morning to join us, and thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you, Debbie. We're not dealing with anything controversial on Monday, so, there's nothing.
Never is.
There's
right?
Nothing we have to worry about today. No, but I'm grateful to you all for being here, and as the former chairman of the Technological Advisory Committee to this agency, I recognize the important role that you all play, and I'm grateful for your investment of time and for your leadership and thoughts. Let me react in a couple of ways to several things. First of all, Debbie was absolutely right. We all work for Gigi here. One of the terrible things you have to do in this job is you have to be a stand-up comedian at the annual communications bar dinner, and I had to do it like within 3 weeks of arriving on the job, and one of the observations that I made was that I thought that when I hired Gigi, let me rephrase this, when I was lucky enough to be able to convince Gigi to leave public knowledge and join this new team at the FCC, that I was going to get a lot of press about it. What I didn't anticipate is the press would all be about her. But clearly, to have Gigi at the table in all our major decisions, to have Gigi having ongoing relationships with all of the public interest and other advocacy groups brings a perspective that is very important to me and is, I think, very essential to the working of this agency. And I hope that our actions speak for themselves. I don't want to sit here and tell you things. I'd rather act and let you make your own decisions as to whether Gigi's being successful or not. But let me cut to a couple of issues. First of all, I was stunned when I got here as to what I found insofar as how we dealt with the ongoing relationship with consumers. I went up to Gettysburg, which is, where all of the consumer correspondence and interface takes place. And I saw a machine, a huge machine. I mean, about half the length of that side of the square over there, along one wall, and I said, "What's that machine?" Well, it was some kind of fancy printer and collator and mailer. And I said, "What do we use it for?" And when somebody writes the FCC, or when somebody wants to file a formal complaint with the FCC, this machine kicks out a 16-page document with multiple forms to choose from and mails them to you. And I said, well, why do we make them choose what's the right form? Let's just send them the form for the complaint they were worried about. Well, we can't do that because the machine won't do that. Well, do we have web access? Can we go online and do these kinds of things? No, we're not there. Why? Because our computer systems aren't that good. Yesterday I was before the Senate Appropriations Committee asking for new funds to update our computer system. Let me just give you a couple of data points that will blow your minds. 40% of the computers at the FCC are older than 10 years old. Many of the programs and the computers aren't even supported by their vendors anymore. We have 207 different platforms and 98,000 data points, all of which are incompatible. So when I asked up in Gettysburg, let me see how many complaints we have had on, and I think the issue that I was talking about then was loud commercials. They had to go into a Word document, do a keyword search, and count. We're going to fix that. We need to have, and I made this commitment to the committee yesterday, and as you know, Senator Udall and Senator Nelson have been urging us to have an online consumer database, and Diane Cornell's process reform task force that I put together on the first day that I was here urged the same kind of thing. We're going to have it, and you need to be able to access your FCC through the web. And you need to be able to understand what's going on in the marketplace through data that you see as a result of the access from other consumers. So we're trying to proceed down that path. And that's kind of a structural, functional activity. Hopefully the Congress will give us the money necessary to continue the upgrade of our computer systems so that this can become a reality. And then we're going to take that wonderful big machine and put it on eBay. And I'm sure some museum somewhere will want it and put a sign on it that say, "This is the way the world used to be." That's my phone ringing, Debbie. It's appropriate, I guess, that in an agency like this, that the cell phone ought to ring in the middle of a presentation.
That's okay.
I'm reminded of Senator Mark Warner, who, as you know, made a great deal of money in the early days of wireless. And when he's out doing a campaign and somebody's phone goes off in the audience, he says, "That doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't bother me at all." He says, "To you, this may be a disruption. To me, it's a cash register." But let me go to a couple other things, because I know the things that you're working on today, and I actually have here and have read the recommendations and observations that you're working on, and let me just do some quick reactions. First of all, what you've been talking about with regard to the IP transition, which also sounds like what you were talking about when I walked in here. We began talking from the earliest days about what I call the network compact. There has been, for the last 100 years, a relationship and a set of expectations that existed between those who build and operate networks and those who use them. The compact is access, interconnection, consumer protection, public safety, and national security. There is a theory that when you move from providing a telecommunications service to an information service, when you go to all IP, that you're entering a regulation-free zone. I don't believe that. I think that the challenge that we have is to make sure that the network compact, which worked so well in a TDM world, still exists in an IP world. It doesn't mean that the exact same rule exists or whatever, because, yes, things are different. But the deliverables, access, interconnection, consumer protection, public safety, national security, have to remain inviolate. And that's where we're going. That's the purpose of the IP trials that we are about to be overseeing, because we want to find out what's the real world impact in these on these kinds of issues. So the IP transition is the singular, most long-lasting set of decisions that we will be making, at least while I'm here. And we take it incredibly seriously. And the points that you make here are the kinds of issues that we want to be dealing with. The E-rate program. Yea and verily. It is. So let me go back. So I was involved with E-rate before E-rate was cool. Literally, pre-E-rate, when I was at CTIA, I led an effort to connect to dial-up modems, wireless phones, cellular phones, so that schools could have access to the internet. We put them in schools around the country. I was a champion pushing for E-rate in Congress. I was put on the first USAC board for the purpose of making sure that E-rate got done right, and had an advocate on that board. And so I'm E-rate through and through. The difficulty is that E-rate is an 18-year-old program. Things have changed a little bit since then. It's $2.4 billion a year right now, and less than half of that goes for high-speed broadband. That's not right. We need to focus our E-rate program on 21st century needs. There was a time when paying for cell phones was important for teachers. Cell phone coverage is more than 100% of there are more cell phone subscriptions than there are people in the United States today. Is that, you make a priority decision. Should that money go towards cell phones or high-speed broadband? Should it go towards dial-up voice or high-speed broadband? Should it go for paying for email or high-speed broadband? Should it go for PBXs? People still use PBXs. PBXs or high-speed broadband. And at the same point in time, we've got to give these poor school districts a break because, again, in a great paper-based system, we have an inefficient and archaic management process. Why do you have to apply every year? Why don't you apply every couple of years? And by the way, if you apply every couple of years, you can probably get long-term contracts from the people that you're contracting with, which means you can get cheaper prices. Why don't we provide for incentives for those who form consortia, buying consortia, to purchase at a better price and give them advantages? Why don't we make sure that it's not just about connectivity to the school, but about connectivity to the classroom? Wi-Fi is today in what's categorized as P2, as you know. Last year there was 0 spent for Wi-Fi. But that's where the action is, in the classroom. Gigi and I were at a middle school in Oakland a month or so ago, 2 months ago, I guess. And the change of the E-rate program became incredibly manifest to me as I went from classroom to classroom, because in this school, around the wall was about a 4-inch conduit, and about every 6 or 8 feet were electrical plugs and Ethernet ports. And that was paid for with E-rate funds, and that was from when the internet was over there. Okay? It was something along the wall that you went to. And in these classrooms we were in, 1 port and 1 electrical outlet were used because they were connected to a Wi-Fi router. And the kids had at their desks laptops, notebooks, and so the internet has gone from being over there to being on the student's desk so that the student can be involved. One of the teachers told us that it changed the nature of education from making her the sage on stage to the guide by the side, which I thought was a great description, and personalized the education process. The best part of the visit, though, I'm rambling, I apologize. The best part of the visit was we met with a bunch of the kids after class. And so I'm saying, okay, so last year you didn't have the internet on you didn't have these laptops and notebooks and you didn't have Wi-Fi in your classroom, and this year you do. Tell me, what's the difference? And they're talking about this and that and what they can do. And finally, one kid raises her hand. I said, so what can we do better? One kid raises her hand. Yes? We need bigger desks. And you stop and think about it, and it's incredibly logical. That school desks were designed for a textbook and a piece of paper.
You didn't have the heart to tell her that you couldn't get that.
I said we did that. We did say that we were not going to put that in P1 funding. But so thank you for the kind of guidance and the kind of discussion and the kind of leadership and what you're suggesting here on E-rate. And I won't go on and go through the other stuff that you're talking about. I'm happy to see what you're saying about closed captioning and for the recognition that you're giving to Chris Monteith and Karen Pelstrauss And I should also say that one of your members, Claude, was so instrumental in us moving forward on the issue of closed captioning and on the issue of text to 911. And we're going to be moving forward together on other issues, aren't we, Claude? So I'll shut up, but I do appreciate you all coming. The kinds of things that I think you care about around this table are the kind of things that we also care about in the chairman's office. But everybody can say that, and I'm sure everybody has. The difference this time around is that Gigi is hard to ignore. And so I'm going to leave and turn it over to someone who actually knows what she's doing in this field, my colleague. But thank you very much for what you're doing and for all your help.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So do I have an awesome boss or what?
Yeah. Woo! All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your time. That was very generous time, I must say. Wonderful. And Gigi, thank you so much for being here. All right, so Gigi, this is someone who I always see eye
Please,
to
no
eye
more
with.
flattery. My cheeks are already too red here.
No, wait, you missed my line. I was going to say I always see eye to eye with you, Gigi.
Oh, because we're both 5 foot tall.
Exactly. But no, actually, you know, I think most of us in this room know Gigi at some point, who has been such a strong advocate in her career before coming to the FCC for consumers in the public interest, and that has not changed since she stepped into these halls. But, you know, we all, I think, need to hear a little bit more about what Gigi is now doing here and how she has been working with consumer groups in the public interest and external community, and how, and as I said to you, how we can work together. So, Gigi, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Debbie, and thanks, Scott. It's so great to see so many friendly faces around the table. I see some of my pals over there and some of my pals over there. It's really great. This is a terrific group, and led by a terrific chair. So let me talk a little bit. I don't want to talk for half an hour. I've got to leave at 11:30, but let me just talk a little bit about what my role is. And I would say to folks around the table, the fact that he brought me here is something that should be noticed by people. I mean, when he says that I have a place at the table on all the important decisions, that is true. I'm hardly the most powerful person in this building, but you know, he values my input. He took a risk at bringing me here for a variety of reasons. You guys know what the political atmosphere is like. So he didn't bring me here for window dressing. And trust me, if I was just window dressing, I wouldn't have the bags under my eyes that I have. But it's a terrific role. So my technical title is Special Counsel for External Affairs, and that means I have 3 roles. And then I'll talk a little bit about why he brought me to the agency. So my 3 roles are outreach to third parties, and it's not just the public interest groups or consumer groups. It's also to industry, it's to academics, it's anybody who has a stake in what we do every day. And that's the vast majority of what I do. I essentially, you know, one of his big objectives for me is to build coalitions for the things he wants to do. So I try to build support for his priorities, and I'll tick off very quickly what his priorities are. And also, to the extent that there's opposition, I try to tamp that down. The second part of my role is kind of high-level messaging, and that gets to the second objective, the second reason why he brought me here. He really wants the American people to understand that this agency works for them. And I don't think any of you were at the and some of you, I think, were at the initial meetings he had. He had these huge group meetings with different, segments of industry and public interest and disability community. And he made it very clear that that the chairman is upset about attempts to try to strip the agency of jurisdiction over broadband and perhaps give it or some part of it to the Federal Trade Commission. So he has tasked me. I've actually developed a list, and Chris and I have been talking about it, of items that can really demonstrate to the average Joe that this agency cares about them, okay? Now, we can all have very highfalutin arguments, and they're important, right, about open internet and about E-rate and about, about the tech transition. And I'm saying they all have consumer effects, but the ability to simply fill out a consumer complaint form online and without having 16 different documents mailed to you is something that the average consumer says, okay, I get it, right? Dealing with issues of, being able to use the FCC's website in a way that's, simple and meaningful, that's really important. Slamming and cramming and other sort of billing issues, those are the kind of things that the average consumer deals with every single day. And while the other stuff, incentive auctions and cybersecurity, all important, that doesn't have sort of the day-to-day application. So one of the things I would say to all of you is to start to think about, what are the things that really affect the average consumer if we took them on? Text to 911. What we've been doing around public safety, I think, has not gotten at all enough attention, and it really ought to, because that really affects folks. And your recommendations on the tech transition, and people need to be able to call 911. There is nothing more important that this agency does. I don't care what it is, than make sure that you can contact an emergency responder. So we've already done 3 really important things in the public safety space. One is extend text to 911 to over-the-top providers. The other is to ensure that we don't have another Hurricane Sandy disaster where people can't make phone calls, and carriers now have to certify annually that they meet certain requirements so people can. And the third thing we've done is we've started proceeding on location accuracy. So if you make a 911 call from your cell phone, the emergency responders will know where the heck you are, and by eventually, I think we're hoping by just a couple of feet. So, I mean, these are the kind of things that the average American is going to say, wow, I didn't realize the government has a role, and thank God it does. Because while my boss is not a person who regulates for the sake of regulating, he always talks about the regulatory seesaw. If industry does it, then the regulation is less, and vice versa. But he will regulate if industry doesn't step up. I mean, that is where he's at, and I think his actions to date have really demonstrated that. So I guess I would ask of all of you, again, think about what can we be doing to make sure the average American knows about us and cares about us, and if anybody wants to take away our appropriations, is going to go to the Hill and say, don't do that, they did X for me. So let me talk a little bit about the chairman's priorities, and then talk a little bit about the list that I've been developing with Chris, and she and her folks have just been doing a really terrific job. We're still in the conversations. And, you guys can kind of use it as a guide. And I do think we're re-looking at all the advisory committees, both the size of the membership itself, and their duties. You guys seem to be functioning quite well. Congratulations. I mean, this is part of our process reform. But I do think that the desire here, the desire of my boss, is that the work of the committees be not too narrow, but it's better to do less and do it well than do too much and do it poorly. So is to really have focused do-outs that will help the chairman accomplish what he wants to accomplish. And, I'll leave it to you guys, the subcommittees and all that kind of stuff, but really, there's one of the advisory committees that will remain nameless, and I just met with them the other day, and they were like, yeah, we wrote 15 reports to the commission. I'm not sure that that's necessary. I mean, maybe it is necessary, but, again, if you can find 3 or 4 things you can do well that really moves the ball in the consumer space in the next, year or two, fantastic. I think that's really what we want. So let me talk about the chairman's priorities, and some of them you've already hit upon, and I'm My mind is blown by your E-rate. I mean, he could have written this. I mean, it's just like spot on. And if to the extent, is there anybody here from the education community, from schools or libraries? Well, talk to your friends in the schools and library communities and give them this and say, this is fantastic. This is, you should support this, because that's actually been an issue for us, is getting the actual beneficiary communities to understand that you have to reform the system first. You have to make it more efficient and less burdensome for them before you just throw money at it. So I think it's a really important message to send through. So priorities, E-rate, tech transition, huge, and you guys have a huge role to play in this, and I think this is a good start. I hope it's not an ending, but it's a very good start, because, we've got trials, and then, the proverbial, is going to hit the fan when it actually comes time to set the rules of the road. Yep. So we're really going to need your help on that. Incentive auction, stay out. I mean, this is, unfortunately for my boss, this is what he was handed, and he's going to make it work because he's so determined and such a fantastic manager. He will, but man, is it hard. Yeah. It's also very hard to describe to the public, why should you care? Anybody has any advice? I'd love to hear it. Competition, that's just generally, he knows competition drives down prices. And this is all about, he'd rather not regulate, he'd rather, bring competition to the market. So that's obviously very broad. We're dealing with those issues. Obviously, we're going to be looking at some major transactions. We're looking at competition in terms of spectrum allocation, not just with regard to the incentive auction, but also other auctions that we're going to be proposing. So how do you promote competition in the market? I think that is much more his and, frankly, my preferred way of doing things rather than top-down regulation. Process reform. I don't know if people have seen the report. Diane Cornell has just done an amazing job, but you guys have a piece of that, right? Yep. The website, how the website should work is a huge part of that. The consumer complaint database, that's a part of process reform. How can we serve the American people better? I mean, that's really what it's about. And then cybersecurity, stay away from it. I don't know if you want to touch that one with the 10-foot pole. We don't quite know what we're doing yet on cybersecurity, but it's something very, very close to the chairman's heart. He really believes, look, we oversee networks. He's a network guy. That's what he talks about. And when networks are insecure, we're all insecure, and he feels deeply about it. Now, what the limits of our jurisdiction are and what we actually should be doing is something we haven't quite figured out yet. If anybody wants to give me ideas, I'm open. I'm not sure that it's for this committee, but that's just, so those are his 6 priorities. And I didn't even talk about the work we're doing on media ownership or the stuff we have to do on open internet. So really, he's got must-dos and he has want-to-dos, and so it's going to be a very busy 2.5 years. So let me talk a little bit about some of the consumer items that I've been discussing with Chris and that, I've raised with the chairman and that he likes. To me, data is really power. And I hope you're going to have David Bray, the CIO of the agency, come speak to you about what data the agency has and what data the agency needs. Because when consumers have the information they need to make wise choices, we're all better off. So here's an example. Early on, the chairman saw the Wall Street Journal had all in one place a chart of all the mobile plans from the top 4 wireless companies and what they cost and what the data caps were. That kind of information is simple. You can get it by going to everybody's individual website, but what data can we give to the American people that will make their life a lot easier, give them sort of one-stop shopping? How do you unlock a cell phone? We the chairman did that voluntary program with the CTIA where they essentially, if you ask the wireless carrier to unlock your cell phone, they have to do it. Well, I mean, can we provide any information for the American people about that? Because I'm not sure that people after their 2 years will necessarily think about, I have to, how do I unlock my cell phone? So what's the kind of information that the American consumer needs to make their communications experience easier that we can provide to them? We talked about the consumer complaints ad infinitum. I think that's Chris knows this. I think that's job one. That's just job one. We've talked a little bit about what can we do around consumer privacy. What is our jurisdiction there? Now, part of that gets to the, hey, we have jurisdiction too, and we don't want to go beyond what our powers are, but it's obviously a hugely hot topic. We're still kind of, we're still talking amongst ourselves about what we can do, but I'd love to hear what you guys think, what a FCC consumer privacy agenda might look like. Disability access, pretty clear, very important to the boss. And the closed captioning and text to 911 are just the very beginning, just the tip of the iceberg. So, an agenda for other things we might do on disability access. And then what I would call typical consumer stuff like slamming, cramming, billing. I talked a lot about that with Chris. I mean, Chris is really obviously a good resource and really has her finger on the pulse on what we're working on. But if there are other things you think we ought to be working on and we're not, we need to know that. And that's, again, I think that is you guys' role. So I'm going to stop there and see if anybody has any questions or recommendations. I am always open to talking to folks, obviously within reason. There are some people who seem to call me every single week on the same issue that neither me nor my boss cares about, but, good, they're advocates, I used to be there, right? But I have my cards here. People, if you don't already have my information, I'll just leave them here. Debbie can give them out. And, I want to hear from people. I mean, that is my job. But I will warn you, if you want something from me, I will soon be asking something of you. So, it's not a one-way street. People do call me up and complain, why aren't you doing this? Why are you doing that? But my job, again, is to build coalitions, and not just among, the DC technorati. I'm looking at Andrea over there because the boss is going to come out to New Mexico and you're going to help us out there. So I don't know if anybody's talked to you about that, if Jeff Blackwell's talked about that, but he's going to go out and do a tribal event. We thought we would do it in April, but now it's going to get pushed off a little bit. So again, it's a two-way street. I need your support. I'm happy to support your guys' initiatives, and I look forward to a really fruitful working relationship. So with that, I will stop.
Thank you so much, Gigi. And several cards went up. I've got Chris, Irene, Art, and Linda. So Chris, and just read your affiliation because some cards are hard to read. So. And also, I do want to mention, because I haven't had a chance to do that I think we do have someone on the telephone. Rebecca, are you there? Can someone speak on her behalf? Okay. If anyone is on the bridge and has a question, let me know or send me an email. So, Chris, go ahead.
Chris Baker, AARP. My gosh, I'm blown away. I got to make sure I attend all these meetings to have the same attendance level as the chairman. I expected maybe that one meeting he'd show up, but he's been here numerous times, and then to have read all the recommendations.
He reads everything. Trust me.
I'm very grateful, and I hope that, and I'm sure that will continue. But in the tech transition, I'm hopeful, but maybe concerned about the openness of it. And a good portion of the AT&T's trial, a good portion of it is redacted, and including the consumer timeline, which is sort of the basic.
I'm well aware of it.
I'm sure you are.
I was just talking about it with Patrick Halley this morning. Now, let me ask you, what are the rules here? Does he have to file a ex parte?
I'm sorry?
Does Chris need
you
to
have
file
if you're going to make a presentation on the merits of something, I think you have to file ex parte, yes?
Yes. We're working on an exemption of the ex parte rules for presentations to the Consumer Advisory Committee. So we need to keep it up on a general level until we can accomplish that.
So let me just say something about I think my previous life, the organization that I ran, Public Knowledge, had a lot of trouble with what we believe was the over-redaction of papers, particularly in transactions. So, I mean, that's something that I think I'd like to put on the list. It's not on my personal list. I think it's something that the Office of General Counsel is well aware of. Since we no longer have a task force, the team that's working on it is well aware of as well. So I can't say for sure when we're going to do something about it, but it's on the radar and something that I'm going to keep pushing on.
Thank you.
But I would say I would be careful, folks, about making. Come in. Feel free to talk to me. But I would be careful about, if you don't want to make an ex parte presentation, then you shouldn't.
You could file an ex parte on that, Chris. That might keep it above
board. Yeah.
board. Yeah. That's simple enough to do. Okay. Irene.
And can you, if I don't know you, can you identify yourself?
Yes, please do, because it's hard to see some of the cards.
Yes, and I know we don't know each other. I'm Irene Leach. I'm representing the Consumer Federation of America. I work with the Virginia Citizens Consumer Council, and that's all volunteer stuff. In my work life, I teach consumer studies at Virginia Tech. And so I live in the western part of the state. And one of the things that I didn't hear in the list of things about the network compact and so forth is affordability. And I happen to live in an area where wireless is the only way that I can get internet. And probably the best example that I can give you very quickly of the challenges that we face is last Monday. It was icy where I was, and so I didn't go to campus. And I worked all day on my internet. I did not use cloud services. I don't ever stream TV, movies, anything like that. End of the day, I got a message saying I had used 75% of my $80 a month worth of internet. And my cycle, that was, the first full week of March, and I won't have more until the 7th of April. So the caps are a real issue for people, and it costs the same whether I go satellite or, so.
Okay, so yeah, I only have 10 more minutes, so I apologize for interrupting you, and I know other people want to speak as well. So let me say this. When my boss talks about the network compact, he talks about universal access. That includes affordability. If you guys want to make a recommendation on, broadband caps, be my guest, right, Fernando? It will, so if that's something, if you want to make some sort of recommendation about broadband affordability, access, that sort of thing, be my guest. But I know my boss does, when he says universal access, he's including that, okay? And he wants to strengthen the Lifeline program. He wants to strengthen universal service, get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse. And again, he wants to promote competition because that really is the best way to drive down prices. Well, I understand in rural areas that's a little bit more difficult, understood. But I think some of the reforms he wants to do in the Lifeline and the USF process might be more helpful. But the issue of caps is something different, although it's related. And if something you guys want to address, be my guest.
All right. Raise your hand there, Art. Yeah, thank you. Keep it up. Keep your hand up until and start talking, and then we'll see if you.
Hi there.
There you go. There you go.
Hi, Gigi Art Neal from New Media Rights. Good to see you. Glad to have you on in the commission. So I just wanted to follow up on the consumer complaints. You identified it as job one. Michael Karowitz was talking about it earlier. You and the chairman also identified that there's really two pieces. There's process improvements to the complaint data, the way the complaint data is collected, and then there's how the data can be used more effectively. So the two questions I had was really on that second piece, which is how the data can be used more effectively, and this relates to both the recent letter from Senator Udall-Nelson as well as our recommendation from December. And two pieces are, earlier we heard the chairman say that we need more resources to help update the technology at the FCC. And I'm wondering if you might be able to go into any more depth in terms of steps that are being taken to improve the consumer complaint data reporting, to provide and to work towards a searchable, machine-readable, user-friendly complaint database. And the last piece there is there some kind of, can we get some kind of timeline from you about, when we can achieve that goal? I know this CACA in prior formations has also addressed that consumer complaint data reporting. So I just wanted to see if you could provide any more detail on that.
Yeah, and I think this is a place where I think Chris could be helpful. My understanding is from my conversations with the CIO, David Bray, who again is the person I think you ought to have at your next meeting, is that we now have the staff to do it, and we're starting to work on it. I mean, do we have a timeline, Chris? I mean, I think it's sooner rather than later. I mean, I would hope that by I hate to promise times, but I would definitely say, A, this is a priority. B, we have the staff. And C, we're moving ahead. But go ahead. Let Chris kind of fill you in on the time.
Yeah, I think Michael reported or I reported that we have an internal working group. Diane Cornell is spearheading that. David Bray is a part of that group and his staff, the IT resources. And then on CGB side, Michael Karowitz, myself, and the division chief for our Consumer Complaints and Inquiries division. And I'm hesitant also to give a definitive deadline, but it is a huge priority for the chairman. And I suffice it to say he wants to see progress, and progress quickly. And all of the things that you've been talking about, the searchability, the openness, the transparency, using the CFPB as a model, all of those are on the table, and that's the goal that we're working towards. So I think what would be great is if we can try to nail down some of those milestones, what our targets are for a timeline, and certainly commit to every meeting. We'll give you the update on our progress.
But I'm particularly interested in how, once the data is gathered, what you guys think should be done with it afterwards. I mean, what would you like to see? Right. I mean, I've heard some people say, well, we want to know by carrier how many complaints there are. Okay, that's one of the things. I mean, what are some of the other things that you've been thinking about need to happen with that data?
Right, and I think as we go along, me and I chair actually the broadband working group, and that's something that we'd be glad to work on on a continuing basis. The one comment I would make, and I made it in one of our prior meetings to Commissioner Pai, was that I think what's most important is to think about ways throughout the process. The FCC doesn't have to be all things to all people. I mean, what needs to happen is that the data has to be available, and then other people that can do. If you make the data available in, let's say, a machine-readable way, right now it's in a PDF form.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So if you make it available to other folks can take it and do amazing things with it. It's not about worrying about how exactly it's presented. It's about making that basic data available so that the public can then take it and do really useful things with it.
And I would think about that for other areas as well, not just for consumer complaints. Mm-hmm. Because, the example I always use is, why can I go to Target and, scan my, use my phone to scan a code and I'll know how much it costs in Walmart, but you can't do that with communication services. Yeah. I mean, is there a way to basically make, the data available so somebody can create a communication services app, that sort of thing. So think about that. But, I'm with you. I do think data is power, and I think the chairman would agree.
Okay. Linda, and then we're going to have to let Gigi go, so thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Gigi. Linda Sherry from Consumer Action.
Good to see you, Linda.
Good to see you. Something that didn't come up, and I'll probably have to do an ex-party on this too, I guess, is retransmission reform. Mm-hmm. I mean, we've been very concerned. We've written a number of letters, and people off of our...
Well, just let me stop you, because we are in sunshine, and okay. I mean, if you're going to... You can't talk about joint retransmission consent negotiations.
Okay, so, no, I won't talk about that. I'm just saying...
it's got to be outside what we're planning on voting on Monday. So I'd be really super careful.
Yeah. Okay. So basically we're just very much in favor of getting something done for consumers. we're still stinging from the arrogance of some of the major content providers, or whatever you want to call them, and I think that this is an issue that just needs to be kept in the spotlight.
Okay, thanks. That's fine.
Okay.
Really making me sweat here.
Yeah, I know. We should have said that at the beginning, that there is a meeting on Monday. Okay, well, Gigi, you have been extremely generous with your time, and the chairman, and we greatly appreciate your doing this. I hope this has been a good experience for you, because we want to have you back.
No, absolutely. Look, I love to attend other meetings and stay for a longer amount of time. On the consumer complaint database, if folks have ideas, please, of what you'd like to outline. We're moving on it now, okay? What, Olivia, did you want to say something? Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Olivia. Did you have a quick?
I did, and it was about the complaints, like what functionalities. If it would also be possible to tease out by state, because as we know, some states have gone through this process of kneecapping their public service commission. So it would be very helpful to see the nature of what is going on in those states that have gone that way. Thank you.
And again, Chris is also a resource. It would actually be great if we could sort of have collectively something, but, to the extent that there might not be consensus. If, folks have ideas, again, this is something we're moving on now. It's nice to have the congressional pressure, although, like I said, this was number one with my boss from the get-go. It was nice to see Commissioner Pai support it yesterday, and I hope he continues that support. He did that at his hearing, the Senator Probst hearing. So I look forward to working with all of you.
Great.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you so much, Gigi. Okay, I know we have our speakers here for what was our 11 o'clock. Is that right? Is Tim here? But we have been sitting here, Tim, since 9 o'clock. And we need a five-minute nature break. So if everyone could just take 5 minutes and come right back to the table. Thank you so much, everyone. All right. You can take your seats. We're going to try and get started again.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Really. Yes.
I see that people are making this a working lunch. I know, the food is out, which is fine. We also will still take a lunch break of some duration, because our interpreters do need a break. So we will make sure there is time for the interpreters to break, hopefully at around 12:30. And I know everybody needs a communications break as well, so we will have some sort of a break. Okay, perfect. Well, I apologize to our very patient presenters here. We really appreciate your flexibility.
We are always flexible for the chairman. So.
Yes. I think the chairman was so generous with his time, and we were told he had 5 minutes that turned into 20 minutes. So, and Gigi's half hour turned into 45 minutes. So we are really so pleased with the generosity of our program presenters this morning, and you are continuing in that. So we are so pleased, and this is a very important topic for the CAC, the IP transition, next steps after the January order. So thank you so much for coming this morning. Tim Stelzik, Deputy Chief, Competition Policy Division, and you're joined by Lauren Kravitz, and you, I believe you've spoken to us before, is that right? Yes. And you're going to be speaking to us as well about reliability issues, which are so important, safety and reliability issues. So, Tim, you're going to kick things off, is that right?
Yeah, that's fine.
And we want to leave some time for questions as well, but thank you so much.
Well, and is the first comment, if I start going too long, just kick me and I'll shut up. So the So my name's Tim Stelzig, and is this sound quality okay? Is that?
Everybody here?
Yeah. So I'm one of the deputies in the Competition Policy Division, so I work a lot with currently tech transitions, voice over IP, some privacy stuff, merger review, and sort of, a range of other things. And the way I usually, well, in the focus of this, the first part of this presentation is on the IP transitions. So, basically, any time that I talk about IP transitions, because people use that phrase to mean very different things, I want to just make sure we're all, using that phrase in the same way. So when we sort of at the Commission generally talk about the IP transition, we're really talking about a whole bucket of different things that are happening and have been happening for a number of years that are, just ongoing as part of the sort of the market evolution of, market-driven evolution of the networks, I guess is a better way to say that. But the first thing is that the telephone networks are changing from networks that were purpose-built just to deliver voice services to networks that are designed to transmit not just voice, but video and data and internet access and just the whole range of things that you can sort of put down a pipe, so to speak. So that's one aspect, and that's, sometimes that gets talked about as the TDM to IP transition. There's other ways you could talk about it from a technical perspective. So that's bucket number one. So the second bucket is a transition of the facilities that are used to deliver those signals, and it's both a transition from copper to fiber and also copper to sort of wireless only type services. And then third bucket is just a service-based bucket, wherein it's a transition from sort of voice as a product that our grandparents all used to a much richer set of services, but including interconnected VoIP and services that we think of as sort of applications that ride on the internet. So anyway, so when I say IP transition, it's that whole panoply of stuff that we're talking about. So the question then is, so what's the FCC doing in this space? And in a nutshell, a lot, because almost everything we're doing these days, it seems like, relates to the tech transitions in some aspect or another. The hard problems are often hard problems just because these changes are ongoing, and it's those are what drive the sort of the hard legal and policy questions that we're all kind of wrestling with, and from our different sort of seats of vantage, I guess. But the easiest place to start really is just to talk about what the Commission did in the January Tech Transitions Order. That was this chairman's first, big foray into this space. That order covers a lot of things, and I'm going to focus on just a couple of them, just in the interest of time and to make sure that we get to, other issues. And I would note, incidentally, that as you look at that order, a very large piece of that is devoted to public safety issues. So the CISRIC issues that Lauren's going to talk about, those are definitely at the forefront of folks' mind today. So the order, the January order came out in January. Amazing. And what one of the things it invited service providers to submit to the Commission proposals for service-based experiments, with the idea being that the goal would be to measure the customer impact of technology transitions, more so than legal issues or high-level policy issues. It's just like we just need to understand, in order to make the regulatory decisions that are put before us, what is the impact on consumers, and how, what do we need to do to make sure that the values of the network compact are protected? So it's universal service that was mentioned just a little bit ago, and other consumer protection issues, as well as competition and public safety, of course. So in response, we currently have two proposals. One from INS, which is Iowa Network Services. It's a competitive exchange access provider in Iowa. And what that means basically is it Competitive exchange access is basically just a POP where the long-distance providers can connect to the rural X in Iowa at a centralized point. And so INS wants to transition that from a TDM-based point of interconnection to an IP-based point of interconnection. Its particular proposal doesn't involve any mandatory changes for customers, so it's completely voluntary. If an IX or a long-distance provider wants to use the IP point of interconnection, INS says that's great. It'll do that. It's going to collect data on various metrics that are a part of that. If the long-distance provider would rather use the TDM-based interconnection, that's still fine. So it's really, there's no discontinuance of service. There's no sort of mandatory transition involved with its proposals. So it doesn't present any, there's no legal request for us to act on other than just the invitation to approve INS's experiment. So at any rate, that's that. So the bigger, or the thing that's gathering more attention naturally is AT&T's proposal, which has been being discussed about for 18 months, maybe something like that. So AT&T is proposing to transition 2 wire centers that currently are legacy areas to all IP. Included in that transition, some of those customers will no longer have the option of wireline-based service. There will be wireless only areas in the trial wire centers. And then, in addition, some customers in Carbon Hill won't have the option eventually, or like AT&T's plan eventually is that it won't serve a small portion of the Carbon Hill Wire Center. So Carbon Hill is a rural area. It's a former mining town, low density, and that's, as you've probably all heard, AT&T eventually proposes to reduce its footprint, its wireline footprint, by I think it's 25% of its current customers won't be served by a wireline service is its plan, and that roughly 1% of customers nationwide won't be served at all by AT&T is the plan. So this is a good way to sort of preview some of the discussions that will be happening around that path, I guess. So comments come in on Monday, so we're expecting a number of people to weigh in on this. I'm sure many of you will, and you and your organizations will be participating in that. Folks have already started talking to us about AT&T's proposal. So the criticisms basically fall into 2 different buckets. In one respect, folks are saying that the proposal is incomplete in various respects. So the CLEC community is saying, AT&T hasn't put much on the record that lets us, us as CLEC, see what the IP-based products would be that would give us access to AT&T's network, and that's naturally a source of concern for them. There's questions about the sort of the transparency of the process, as was mentioned earlier here, about some of the timeline information and some other information's subject to the Commission's protective order. That's something we're talking about internally. It's something that we've talked to AT&T about. There's criticism from various groups also that these particular wire centers aren't very representative of the sort of the larger, they don't represent all of the issues that will be raised across the sort of the whole IP transition. So these are, it's a rural area and a suburban area. It doesn't, there are CLECs in each of those wire centers. It doesn't raise some of the competition issues and wholesale access issues that folks are worried about. There's no elevator phones, for example. There's no, there's no like airport or, like the FAA has come in to talk about it has needs for some legacy services that it's got some really old equipment that only works on TDM-based services, and there's no airport here. So, at any rate, so there's various complaints like that. AT&T, I'm sure, will have a response, just in the sake of they haven't, these are comments just. Folks are coming in and talking to us. They're not in the room at the same time as AT&T. I don't know what AT&T will say, but I suspect AT&T, just in the interest of fairness here, will say something like, well, we don't have to test everything to test something. We're not, this isn't the whole IP transition. This is just, this is the first attempt to try to have a public discussion about this. And so we're trying to do this, what we are doing, we're trying to do in an open and transparent way, subject to keeping some information confidential. And we will continue to learn more about the IP transition as, we sort of explore it in urban areas or whatever else. So I don't know, they're going to say something like that, but it's what I would expect. So the commission, as promised and there is stated in the January order, will address, excuse me, so we'll address both the INS and the AT&T proposals in a speedy fashion. I would look for something like the May or June timeframe. And then as the comments come in and folks come in on ex partes, there will be a lot more sort of development of this record. But basically, that's where it is today. There's not. I could talk more about AT&T's proposal or anything else if you have questions, but that's, in a nutshell, that's where that stands at the moment. Can you tell me how we're doing on time? Okay. Well, so let me.
Not much, but this is great information. So.
Let me let Lauren speak. I could, there's other things we can talk about, like the numbering test bed, and public safety has a workshop coming up, and there's a lot of things going on. So, but I'll let Lauren go, and then if certainly if you have questions about anything, feel free to ask. So.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Tim. Great information. We may have questions, so I do want to leave a little time if people have some questions too. Lauren.
Good morning. I just realized as I walked into the room how many faces I actually recognize, either from the years I spent in our intergovernmental affairs office and traveling around the country for the digital television transition.
Right.
Yep.
We worked together on that. Yeah.
That was a lifetime ago, it seems.
Yeah, right.
Because for the past...
Now we're with another transition.
Yes. And for the past 4 years, I've been in the Commission's Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. My name is Lauren Kravitz. I am the Deputy Chief of our Cybersecurity and Communications Reliability Division. And as one of my duties, I am also the Deputy Designated Federal Officer for another advisory committee at the Commission. This one is called the Communications Security, Reliability, and Interoperability Council. It operates very much like the CAC, and it is made up of a relatively balanced group of about 60 members. Wow. And we have 10 separate working groups in this 2-year charter that ends a year from now. And those working groups are made up somewhat of the council members, but also of other stakeholders, from another balanced group of stakeholders. So I would say, all told, in terms of people either on the council or in the working groups, we've probably got about 300 people involved in CSRIC and the recommendations. So I do want to at least mention each of our 10 groups, but I think there are 4 that will interest you the most. And I think the first of those is our Next Generation 911 Working Group. That is chaired by Brian Fonts at NENA and Lori Flaherty at NHTSA. And they are dividing their work into 3 areas, and I hope you don't mind if I use a cheat sheet, because with 10 working groups, each with 3 or 4 deliverables, there's no way. That would be like the bar exam all over again. So the first subgroup in Working Group 1 on Next Generation 911 is working on issues involved in text to 911, including things like location determination, and also a PSAP request for service. When and how does a PSAP indicate it's ready for this? And the second subgroup is working on location accuracy and testing for voice over LTE networks. And the third is working on, I think Tim alluded to this, the specifications for indoor location accuracy, and they're trying to get a test bed going to understand more about how different technologies can convey indoor location accuracy information. This group has not yet presented any actual recommendations to the CISRC. I think they've got their deliverables coming in June and December of this year. And the reason I'm telling you that is in case any of your organizations are interested in participating and helping develop those recommendations, there's still an opportunity for you to participate, and I'm happy to put you in touch with the working group chairs. And that goes for all of our groups. But I especially have one group I want to make an appeal to you about when we get there. The second group I think you'd be very interested in is the group working on wireless emergency alerts, which you might also just know as Amber Alerts, but wireless emergency alerts are much broader than just Amber Alerts. That group is chaired by Brian Joseph at CTIA and John Madden with the state of Alaska, representing the National Emergency Managers Association. They are working on specifically recommendations on testing and suggested changes to the FCC rules on, I guess since it's WEA, we call it WEA sometimes, working on suggested changes to FCC rules on WEA, working on geographic targeting issues, message content, and character limitation issues. And they are also specifically working on recommendations on alerts to people with disabilities. I hadn't even thought of this one as a target for the CAC, but I do recognize that this aligns very well with your mission, and we would love to have more representation from some of the organizations in this room on the WEA working group. Our working group 3 is on the emergency alert system, chaired by Larry Walk in NAB and Clay Freinwald of the state of Washington. They are obviously working on recommendations to improve the EAS. They just last week, was it last week? When was March 20th? Last week at the full council meeting, suggested some recommendations involving state plans, which the CISRC unanimously adopted. Those should be posted up on the CISRC website as of this morning. And if you want to look at them and you can't connect, just let me know. I'm happy to send you the link. They're going to be moving on to additional EAS issues, including things like long-term EAS security issues. And they'll be making they have 3 sets of recommendations coming out over the next year. I'm going to skip to our working group 10, which is on CPE powering. Clearly there is a need to understand more how the different providers of interconnected VoIP provide backup power or don't for consumer services, residential retail services, and what information is conveyed to consumers about this. We actually just went, one of the members of CISRC is Dr. Christian Vogler, who's with Gallaudet, and he has been participating on this working group 10 on CPE powering. But we've also just put out an APB through some of our folks in our Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau to get more members from the consumer groups and disability groups and other consumer-focused groups for this working group, because we did have a couple representatives from consumer organizations, and for some reason they weren't able to continue. They changed jobs, something like that. So we are actively, this is what I wanted to mention to you, we are actively looking for more representation from consumer groups on this group. They don't have, they may have some things, what is their time frame? They have some things coming up for June, which means they are working actively on strategies for making users aware of the backup power features that they currently have with interconnected VoIP. And in September, they'll be making recommendations on best practices for powering consumer devices during commercial power failures. So we would love your assistance there. I'm going to group together a discussion of, there are 3 working groups. Oh, and I guess I should tell you who is chairing that group in case that's interesting to you. Tim Walden from CenturyLink and Brian Allen from Time Warner Cable. We have 3 working groups addressing various aspects of cybersecurity. Working Group 4, which we just initiated, is taking the NIST cybersecurity framework that came out in February in response to the February 2013 executive order on cybersecurity, and this is a long sentence, and figuring out what sort of best practices are needed to operationalize the NIST cybersecurity framework for the comms sector. The reason, obviously, that they just started is that the cybersecurity framework was just released in February. So we held them until the framework was out, and they're going to do their work from March 2014 to March 2015. That group is being chaired by Robert Mayer of U.S. Telecom and also Brian Allen of Time Warner Cable. He's going to be busy this cycle. The second of our 3 cybersecurity-based groups is working on what we call remediation of server-based DDoS attacks. DDoS is a distributed denial of service, and I think in very simplest terms, it's when a cyber attack is attempting to crash or take down a website so that it is inoperable. The company, the website owner can't use it, and consumers can't get to it to do whatever business they had with it. This sort of attack has been happening a lot to our financial sector. I'm not saying anything that's classified here. It was on the front page of the Washington Post a lot the past year. And this CISRIC working group is looking at what best practices ISPs and others can put in place to try to reduce the frequency and severity of these types of attacks. We're also looking at, the DDoS group is chaired by Pete Phonash over at DHS and Mike Glenn from CenturyLink. The third of our cybersecurity focus groups this cycle is on long-term core internet protocol improvements. I think that basically just means updating cybersecurity best practices. That group is chaired by Bill Check at NCTA. And it may surprise you to know that CISRIC, actually the predecessor to CISRIC, the Network Reliability Council, started working on cybersecurity best practices over 10 years ago. So we actually have a pretty substantial body of NRIC and CISRIC cybersecurity best practices out there right now. And these groups are both figuring out how those practices should be refined to account for the way technology and services have developed over the past 10 years, and also figuring out what's not addressed and what needs to be addressed. So let's see. We've done NG911, WIA, EAS, cyber. Working Group 7 is, despite this, we still need to do some review of the best practices that have been developed over the past couple decades on legacy services. And Kyle Malady of Verizon is chairing that group. They actually just made some recommendations to the CISRIC that were unanimously adopted at the last council meeting last week on, believe it or not, manholes. This issue became more prominent about a year ago with a particularly difficult cable cut that occurred in San Jose near a Pacific Gas and Electric power station, San Jose, California, near a PG&E substation, and the cables were accessed through a manhole. And so we asked Working Group 7 to take on an additional charge of thinking about what, if any, revision to existing best practices or new best practices were necessary to try to reduce the possibility of malicious. This was a fiber cut. The folks knew what they were doing when those outages occur by people accessing manholes. And it's not. That report will be going up again. The CISRIC adopted it unanimously. It's one new best practice and a review and affirmation of a few older best practices. And we expect that the final CISRIC report on that will be going up on the website within about a week if you're interested to see it. We actually are tackling for the first time undersea cable. Folks may not be aware of this, but even though we have such a proliferation of satellite services, I'm going to say around 70% of our transcontinental communications actually travel on undersea cable. And we decided to charge CISRIC to look at some of these issues after recognizing that there are a lot of that perhaps some additional interagency coordination best practices are in order. That has to do with the fact that we learned very late in the process about some projects being reviewed at FERC for alternative energy generation that were going to be located 100, 200 meters from the key Japan-U.S. cable that comes out of Washington State. And so it would have been a good idea if we had learned about it earlier in that process and been able to help FERC understand the network reliability issues a little sooner. So that's interagency coordination is one of the issues they're going to tackle. This undersea cable group that is chaired by Kent Bressie, who is representing the North American Submarine Cable Association. Another issue they're going to tackle is what is the minimum distance separation that should be recommended for things on the seabed or under the water to be I'm no engineer, but I know that you'd probably need to have some standards about how close a big hydrokinetic turbine sitting on the seabed can be from the cable that's also coming off the shoreline. So our undersea cable group is looking at, again, interagency coordination and also minimum distance separation practices for undersea cable. And the last group on infrastructure sharing during emergencies is really focused on wireless. Yeah, I guess there is some wireline as well. Right now, what they're focusing on is infrastructure sharing during emergencies for wireless networks. The group is chaired by Jay Nalen at T-Mobile. And the idea is what sort of practices should providers have to coordinate with each other in emergencies, to share whatever sort of infrastructure spectrum they can to continue to serve the public. They'll be moving on after on their wireless recommendations. They'll be moving on to talk about backup power and transport as well. So that is the speed read, Reader's Digest version of what we have going on in CISRIC between now and next March. And I'm very happy to take questions and very happy to hear from people later who would like to participate on one of the working groups.
Great. Thank you so much, Lauren. That's a lot going on. So there are a number of cards. And I want to check with Irene. Irene, did you have your card? I saw your card up a long time ago. Is that for this? Okay. So Irene is first up because I did see your card go up this time. I'm looking for you in the back row there. So Irene and then Julian and Stephen. So okay. And I apologize. Are our next speakers here? No. Yes. Okay. Stephanie. Okay. Thank you. We'll check in with you in just a little while. Okay. So Irene, go. And raise your hand so they can recognize you in the back there. Yeah.
I heard you say...
And just identify your organization.
I'm Irene Leach, and I represent the Consumer Federation of America. And as I was listening to the plans for the experiment, I think I caught that 1% of people won't be served. And so my concern is what we're planning to do for those folks and how we make sure that there is affordable and universal service in those areas.
No, that's a good question, and so AT&T has made public in its so it's investor presentations and other media that it proposes eventually to as I mentioned, that sort of roughly 1% of its current customers won't be served by AT&T. Now, in its experiment proposal, AT&T has made clear that it recognizes that it has a responsibility to seek the FCC's authority before it discontinues offering any telecommunications service. And it's also acknowledged that it recognizes that as part of its burden of proof, I guess, that it has to, it has the responsibility of showing that there are that those customers have other alternatives before the FCC, under its precedent, would grant such discontinuance authority. So, and it also is, it's acknowledges that it doesn't have a solution today. It's not proposing any particular solution. But it's just one of those issues that it's the kind of thing that I think, the goal of having the experiment in the first place is to, face issues like this. And, here's a provider that's provided service to everybody in its territory for, forever, basically. It claims that it's not economic for it to continue to do that. It recognizes, and we all recognize, that there needs to be a solution, but we don't know what, AT&T is saying we don't know what that solution is yet. It is something that we're, it's a matter of concern to everybody, and we're all, it's...
Well,
please go ahead.
Is that something that we're actively trying to solve, or is it something that we just keep kicking down the road that someday we're going to have to do this?
No, we are actively looking for solutions to that problem. Absolutely.
I mean, because if we just cut off, the people who are most expensive to serve, I don't understand how anybody's going to be able to afford to serve that portion. And so it seems that we really do need to be looking at that very quickly.
No, absolutely. And it is, it is at the forefront of our minds. So.
Julian.
Hi, Julian Goldman from Partners Healthcare.
I don't think your mic is on yet. Mic over here, up front.
Is it on? Yes. Oh, there we go. Hi, I'm Julian Goldman from Partners Healthcare. And my question is about the indoor location accuracy. You mentioned about that. Could you describe a bit about the technology that this applies to? And I'm trying to understand if this would be something relevant to our organization and other healthcare delivery organizations.
The indoor location accuracy that the Next Generation 911 group is looking at is about locating someone who's calling 911.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of the test bed is to allow different vendors or producers of developers of different technologies that could be useful to help improve indoor location accuracy, test those, and for the FCC to get the input on what on the conditions and the results. And I can't tell you right now because I don't know, and I'm not sure it's been settled exactly where they're doing the test bed and which technologies have decided to participate. However, I can get you that information.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
Stephen.
Okay, so so
and identify yourself, Steve.
Yeah, this is Steve Posios. I'm with the American Consumer Institute. Just a couple quick things. One is on that working group 10, it's probably worth pointing out that within there are two subgroups within there. One is looking at best practices, and another one is looking at public outreach. And so Barry and I are a little bit plugged into this. We're getting information on it, but I think that's a good area for someone to participate in this group, if they have an opportunity, is the public outreach. What do you communicate to the public in terms of the powering issue? I just had one other comment. Actually, could you give the whole statistic on that AT&T number, the 1%? You also said that there would be a transitioning some to wireless. Didn't you say that as well? Would that be a pure wireless play from a wireline?
Yes, so AT&T has told its investors that roughly a quarter of its customers are customers that it proposes to serve with a wireless-only option. And so part of what it's doing in the service-based experiments is it's, some of the areas in the relevant wire centers, so Carbon Hill and Kings Point, customers will have, the AT&T service that will be delivered will be a wireless-based service.
Fixed wireless.
Well, it's the device is something. So AT&T describes it as a CMRS service. It'll use for the broadband portion of it. It'll be an LTE product. It'll have voice capability. It'll have up to 12 megabits of bandwidth in terms of the quote unquote speed. You'll see in the record, and some of this may be, I can't remember how much of this is confidential, but we had some follow-up questions to AT&T's proposal. They came in and met with us recently and gave us some answers, and then filed, I think it was just yesterday, something in the docket that has information about, compares the DSL products to the wireless, I forget what it's called, but it's a wireless home phone and internet, I think, product. And so there's a little more information in the record now, and I'm sure this will be a subject of folks' comments going forward. So,
thank you.
Is there another question? Lisa.
Lisa Hamlin, Hearing Loss Association. Just quickly, in the AT&T plan, pilot plan, does it talk about how consumers can get feedback, and how will the FCC, if consumers are complaining about a particular issue, like getting cut off, how will you have access to that information?
No, that's a great question. Thank you. So the commission in the January order was very clear that AT&T, that part of a provider's responsibility in doing an experiment is to do extensive customer outreach. AT&T is doing outreach in the local wire centers. There are town hall meetings, and they're mailing information to consumers. I want to make clear too that under the FCC's existing rules and under the frameworks established in the January order, a provider would not be allowed to discontinue any services before there is customer notice, and as part of the discontinuance rules, the provider also has to reach out to the State Public Utility Commission. Now, as somebody mentioned earlier before, when Gigi was speaking, some states have given up some of that jurisdiction, and that's a state issue. But nevertheless, the FCC's rules do require the provider to provide information to I think it's the governor's office and the State Public Utility Commission, the Department of Defense, and then in their application to us, they have to show that they have notified customers of a change. But that's just with respect to discontinuance. But again, as part of the overall experiment proposal, the FCC additionally has required customer outreach. So, but it's a very important issue to us.
And not just outreach, but feedback as it goes along, as the process goes along, what's working, what's not. I'm sure that's the whole point of doing this. So how they collect that information, how you can watch what's happening is integral. So I was kind of curious how that was going to work.
Well, and to be honest, so not all the details of that are sorted out. So we are still exploring different ways to get customer feedback. CGB is working on sort of various aspects of that. We have talked to each of the Alabama and the Florida State PSCs, and we're exploring different ways to try to collect customer information. But again, it really, really is important to us. So.
And one final question from Mark. Thanks. Mark, identify yourself. Thanks.
Hi, Mark DeFalco with the Appalachian Regional Commission, and we are very interested because Carbon Hill is in our region, so we're watching this very closely. But Gigi kind of said we could maybe wander into the data cap arena with the CAC, but I'm particularly interested in your thoughts on what you might be doing if you're going to be removing landlines and replacing it with wireless, then the people who had the landlines maybe had DSL, maybe they didn't, but certainly in the future, the only option they're going to have for broadband would be LTE, and LTE is coming with data caps currently, whereas some of the landline broadband solutions do not have data caps. So if we talk affordability and we talk about comparable service, is the Commission going to do anything, or should they do anything, relative to the data caps on wireless service if you're in a situation where you do not have a landline option for broadband?
You've correctly described what is currently being proposed. As to what the Commission can do with it, it's too early to say. The proposal, we haven't even received comments on the proposal yet, and so there will be a process to work through all these issues. It is an important issue, though. So.
Great. Thank you so much. This has been a great presentation, so we greatly appreciate it. Topics we'll be discussing in the future, so thank you so much and thank you for patience and coming and talking to us. Thanks.
Yeah, happy to. We're all, anytime you want us to come and speak, we're always happy to do that. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, Tim, thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Stephanie?
Thanks a lot.
Scott, it's almost 12:30.
Well,
what should we do? Stephanie is here.
Would you like us to?
Can we?
Everybody take a break.
Can we have our presentation and?
I'm sure I'll have rapt attention after they take a break. Or if you would prefer, I can plow right through.
We know.
Some people have already eaten.
Sounds like your interpreters would like to take a break and perhaps eat something.
They probably need a break and do need to eat something.
Let me just take a quick, and what about Henning?
I just sent him a note, so I know he was planning to.
So is he planning to join us?
I wonder if they might be able to come back at 1 o'clock.
I certainly can.
Would that work, Debbie?
Yeah, that would definitely work. Are you able to come back? Do you think Henning can come back at 1?
I will try to do my best to track down Henning down.
We don't want to miss him. So.
I agree. I don't want to miss him either.
We really need to stop.
Can we take a 20-minute lunch break? Do you think that would? No, we probably need a half hour. We need a half hour.
Yeah.
We need a half hour before we all.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Sure.
Your flexibility.
If we don't want to miss Henning, though. I think
the chairman spent a lot of time with us this morning, which was a nice problem.
Is this Henning?
Yes, absolutely.
Is that Henning?
Yeah,
that's Henning. Well, let's ask Henning. Henning, we are. Well, I don't want to do this to Henning.
I'll do it to him.
Why don't we can everybody sit tight for 20 minutes? Is that possible? I really don't want.
1 o'clock.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You can come back at 1 o'clock?
Most certainly, yeah.
Oh, that's so kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Henning, and thank you, Stephanie.
We'll see you in a bit.
All right. Wow. The flexibility of the FCC staff. Thank you. All right, everyone. Please be back at 1 o'clock, though. I don't want to keep the FCC staff waiting. They were so kind to do that. All right, everybody has a half hour to not disappear too far. Please make this a really good working lunch of some sort. Don't go too far.
Come back at 1 o'clock sharp.
Yeah, be right back here. Okay. Welcome back, everyone, and I hope you had a good break, and I am pleased to welcome again Stephanie and Henning, our folks who are going to talk to us about the Open Internet Advisory Committee, another important issue for us, and I appreciate your flexibility in coming back after our lunch so that we have a little bit more of a relaxed and full tummy behind us. So thank you so much for joining us.
So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to talk a little bit about the court decision that recently came down related to the open internet and what the Commission's path forward is, and then I'm going to turn it over to Henning to talk about the OAIC. But first, to introduce myself, I'm Stephanie Weiner. I am an Associate General Counsel here at the Commission. I am also the DFO of the OAIC, but I confess to you all that I've only been in that role since September. So I was just chatting with Scott, who I understand has 14 years on me in his role, and we are, the committee has been around for longer than that, and did a lot of work that Henning is going to discuss, because my institutional knowledge only goes to a short tenure. He's really going to talk more about the committee. But I thought it would be worth, since on the topic of the open internet, it's sort of been in the news lately. There's a lot going on, to talk about what is going on with it. Sure. Oh. We'll keep his. His water broke. Well, now that we've resolved that issue, the Commission adopted open internet rules in December of 2010. As is known, Verizon sued us and sought judicial review of those rules in the D.C. Circuit, and we had an oral argument last September. And then in January of this year, the court issued its decision in the Verizon versus the FCC case. Before we talk about the case, I want to give a little refresher about what we said in the order and what rules were at issue. And the December 2010 order essentially adopted three rules. One had to do with transparency. The rule required that all providers publicly disclose information about their network management practices and their commercial terms of service. The second rule had to do with blocking, and it prohibited fixed providers of internet access service from blocking content, applications, services, or non-harmful devices subject to a reasonable network management provision. Wireless providers were also subject to this rule, although in a little bit different way. Wireless providers were prohibited from blocking lawful websites or applications that competed with their voice or video networks, subject to reasonable network management. And the third rule was a prohibition on unreasonable discrimination. This rule applied only to fixed providers and stated that they shall not unreasonably discriminate in transmitting lawful network traffic over a consumer's broadband internet access service. The Commission's rationale for all of this had to do with the value in the Internet's openness. So as folks know, the Internet has this open end-to-end architecture. It allows for innovation at the edges without permission from the network owner. And then those innovative applications are delivered to consumers, and the consumers, by their use, really determine the success or failure of an application. And this aspect of the Internet, its openness, the Commission found was crucial to driving consumer demand, that in turn increased a demand for broadband services generally, that led to an increase in broadband investment and deployment. In adopting the rules, the Commission relied on a number of sources of authority, but most importantly, Section 706A and B of the Communications Act. Turning to the court decision, the court decision as a whole, I think Chairman Wheeler said he viewed it both as a victory and an invitation. The reason why he said he viewed it as a victory was because of the court's ruling about the commission's authority. The court held that the commission had authority to promulgate the open internet rules under Section 706. The court also upheld the transparency rule, which is something we're going to talk about more. The court did, however, vacate and remand the blocking and discrimination rules, essentially finding that the commission had selected the wrong mechanism to pursue what the court said were legitimate 706 objectives. So to unpack that a little bit, on authority, the court, and in fact all of the judges on the panel, found that Section 706 is an independent source of the commission's authority. They recognize the importance of ensuring that edge providers, so these are the providers who, essentially use the network to deliver goods and services over that network, so Netflix and Amazon, that the importance of ensuring that they could reach the end users of the network. And the court also found the commission had rightfully identified harms that fell within the scope of its authority under Section 706, affirming the commission's judgment that internet openness encourages innovation and broadband investment, and that its absence could ultimately inhibit broadband deployment. As I said before, the court did uphold the transparency rule, which is still on the books in full force and effect. But it did, in the context of the no blocking and the discrimination rules, it concluded that we had used the wrong mechanism. Essentially, the court determined that the no blocking and no unreasonable discrimination rules relegated broadband providers to the status of common carriers, which they could not do, which the commission could not do. The commission has classified these services as information services under the Act, and the Act prohibits the regulation of information services as common carriage. So the court, having found that the no blocking rule as justified by the commission, as well as the no unreasonable discrimination rule, were common carriage regulation, vacated those rules. At the same time, the court, and this is the invitation part, I think, as we would say, the court remanded them back to the commission. And the court's opinion was very interesting in that it was careful to explain that the kind of approach the commission could consider, consistent with Section 706 and the prohibition of common carriage regulation on information services. In particular, it emphasized that the court had upheld the commission's approach to wireless data roaming rules. This was the Selco case, which I think was about a year prior to the Verizon case, and essentially in our data roaming rules we have a legal standard that wireless providers must offer on a commercially reasonable basis to enter into data roaming agreements. We've set forth a number of factors to provide guidance about the kinds of agreements that we believe would be commercially reasonable, and we set up an independent case-by-case dispute resolution proceeding for how to deal as a backstop with issues that occur. So what's our way forward coming out of that case? I think that the chairman in February announced that we were not going to seek further review, that he was going to accept what he viewed as an invitation from the D.C. Circuit to look to Section 706 and adopt new rules. And actually, I think what he said is that it's both the court's guidance with regard to 706 and the continuing availability of Title II. Based on those things, we were not going to seek further judicial review. What have we done? Also on that day, we opened, or the Wireline Bureau issued a public notice that sought comment on the ways in which we could improve the transparency rule itself, but also on how the commission should move forward on remand. That docket remains open. We suggested we would welcome comment within the first 30 days, which was last Friday. And there has been a large response. People are very interested in this issue. Thousands of comments have been filed already. And though we had this 30-day window, it is not closed. And so we are still welcoming people to come in and tell us what they think the commission should do. The chairman also directed the staff to move forward on a rulemaking using Section 706 and the court's guidance about how we could adopt rules that would achieve the objectives of the open internet while relying on Section 706. The chairman has directed us to look at the transparency rule, which is still on the books, and look at ways we can improve it. How can we enhance it? Is it working? How can it be made to work better? We are also looking to fulfill the goals of the two rules that were vacated, the no blocking rule and the non-discrimination rule. And in doing so, I think we are looking to our data roaming rules as a guide and thinking about the kind of legal standard combined with a sort of case-by-case review as a way to both provide some guidance and certainty to outside parties while still allowing the kind of individualized decision-making that would be required to, under the Act, under Section 706, that it would not be considered common carriage. The Open Internet Advisory Committee has done a lot of work and issued an annual report in 2013. They were created by, I should have said, one of the key parts of the 2010 order was it created the Open Internet Advisory Committee, and it is still, despite the court's ruling, did not affect the status of the Open Internet Advisory Committee with respect to its charter or anything like that. But Henning, who's been much more involved in it, is going to speak to that, and then we're happy to take questions at the end.
Okay. Thank you. Can switch to the slides, please. Thank you. I wanted to give a very quick overview of some of the activities of the Open Internet Advisory Committee. I've been involved in many, not all of the working groups in there, but I will be spending most of my time on one of the working groups. Let's see if I can... So the OIC was essentially chartered by the Open Internet Report and Order. The goal was to have an external group of experts, primarily technical experts, but also economists and others, that would look at specific issues where the Report and Order, in some cases, says this really requires further detailed investigation, tracking as to what exactly is going on, that were evolving particularly in that, as well as to provide more detailed guidance on implementation issues or new issues that were maybe mentioned but seemed either premature or otherwise hadn't fully developed yet. So the first year was spent on roughly, we had divided into four, I say roughly because some were subdivided, working groups, namely an economic impacts working group that looked at one of the economic issues that had generated a lot of discussion, namely the issue of data caps and usage-based pricing and related topics. The mobile group had two sub-efforts. One that looked at a specific issue that arose when AT&T initially blocked on certain of their data plans the FaceTime, the Apple FaceTime video conferencing application in that, and the committee looked at what the trade-offs were there good reasons or others for that, as well as a general discussion of openness in the mobile space. There was a specialized services working group that looked at a term that was seen essentially as a means to capture IP-based services that use the same protocols as general residential broadband internet access service, but was using some separate facilities in some way. So there's always been services that use the same fiber, same cable, same copper loop. For example, voice over IP services offered by the facilities-based service providers. So packets look the same, just that it's not part of your internet package in the sense that you can get that service without ordering internet service in that. And IPTV, the version of essentially a service of cable-like video service but provided over IP, is likely to increase in importance as cable providers switch from a classical digital, or in some cases still analog, transmission of video signals to an IP-based video signal. The Open Internet Order had allowed for that to be outside the scope, but had expressed a need for monitoring so that those so-called specialized services would not displace in capacity or usage the open generic internet, if you like, that Stephanie mentioned in the beginning, where the notion that any provider of content could use those facilities. And fourthly, the Transparency Working Group that addressed one of the areas that the Report and Order had left described in fairly general terms. It had enumerated a large number of potential items that would benefit from being more clearly disclosed to consumers and other participants in the Internet ecosystem, but the description is at best a few paragraphs long, so it left a lot of the detail, who, when, where, how type of details, underspecified. That was intentional, since this really required work that went beyond a rulemaking that could reasonably provide. If you're interested, there is an annual report that was published last August that is a fairly concise summary of all the working groups. In the interest of time, I will only focus on one of those working groups in more detail, namely the Transparency Working Group. So the Internet Report and Order says roughly, I don't think it's a verbatim quote, that fixed and mobile providers should be transparent in their management practices, performance characteristics, and terms and conditions of services. So it addresses technical characteristics, performance characteristics, and business and economic characteristics. The OIAC chose as a motivation one particular role of transparency, namely to help consumers select Internet services by allowing them to compare possibly multiple offerings that are made available in their particular region in that they find themselves in. So this could be wireless providers or landline providers. And this could also be both internal information that would be provided by the carrier themselves as an indication of their own capabilities, but they may also provide references to external sites that are either provided, say, through the Measurement Broadband America program that the Commission runs, or through other third parties that run performance tests, just like we have in other consumer goods, where you have the Consumer Reports providing information on, say, vehicle performance and their repair characteristics. I would want to point out as an aside, that was not something that the OIAC had said, but I do believe it's important, that the Commission had believed that transparency reaches beyond the immediate consumer of Internet services to also address other vital participants in the Internet ecosystem. So 3 areas have been highlighted, not so much in rulemakings, but just generally, namely, how do you facilitate access to content application and service providers so that they can easily interact with the wide variety of networks that are out there. For example, one common case is that networks, for security reasons, block certain ports, and it is useful for a network provider of services to know the reason that the application doesn't work is because they happen to be choosing one of those. The interconnection issues, and as well as just provide a factual background for consumer experience, namely, is this the behavior I should be expecting, or is there something wrong that I need to address, either by talking to the provider or fixing my home network, whatever it happens to be. So the OIC wrote up a proposal that was meant to address active service offerings, because, again, it was primarily meant to address consumer choice at purchase time, and address performance, price, and usage restrictions that you have. Oops, I'm not clicking. That's dangerous. Sorry. Yeah, why don't you do that? Because I'm not losing synchronization. Let's see where we are. Go back, if you can go back one. Yep. So for each active service offering, performance, price, and usage restriction, so it would be self-reported performance, the average price over 3 years, average because of promotions, and published could be, publication was discussed, could be done in 3 ways. It could be put on the ISP website, classical model. It could be an application programming interface so that third parties could retrieve that information in some machine-readable format, or it could be a periodic filing in some form with a third party, governmental or non-governmental party. With some hesitation, that was not a unanimous decision, the committee recommended the first of these options. Next. So the service, the label that there's some complexities, as was here more on the industry side know, is there's lots of bundling and promotion and so on going on. So how do you separate out the internet component from the remaining component? There's variations in terms of the customer location. Service offerings differ by, say, zip code. Performance varies over time of day or usage. And there's also the issue that because some of these metrics are technical, small differences that may appear significant may not actually affect the performance. The classical example being latency, where, for example, there's probably very little consumer visible performance difference between 20 and 30 milliseconds worth of latency, even though it's a factor 1.5 difference. As well as company characteristics that are not directly measurable as easily, such as ease of use, quality of service, call center performance, things like that, setup time for the service. Next. So the committee believed that there were a number of benefits to having a common labeling programs, including awareness, clarity for consumers, increased competition, the incentivizing of open internet practices, the ability to do fact-based marketing for new entrants as well as existing ones, possibly improved customer loyalty because customers could distinguish what was expected from unexpected behavior, global applicability in a sense that would allow the comparison of services in the U.S. to, say, elsewhere. But there were potential issues that, if not done carefully, such labels could mislead consumers. There could be increased governmental costs for data gathering, and there might be a slow adoption of the label program. The committee, again, not completely unanimously recommended a voluntary program, which, to the extent that it goes beyond our mandate, so far has not occurred. And that's my quick summary. I'd be happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Henning and Stephanie. So we do have maybe just time for 1 or 2 questions. And I see Art. Yeah, right.
Thank you both. Thank you both.
Not on your mic yet.
Try again.
Thank you both
There you
for
go.
your work on the Open Internet Advisory Committee. So I had just some questions backing up to the FCC versus Verizon decision that came down. So am I generally correct in summarizing what you said, that the process going forward is first actually simultaneously to work on possible crafting of new rules that comply with the decision, and secondly, to engage in sort of one-to-one, like a per issue basis, I guess, with issues that come up regarding open internet.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think it's correct, although I do think it's within the context of the rulemaking, and so the rulemaking will not only, we haven't done it yet, but the idea to sort of achieve the goals of the 2010 order would be that we would both establish a legal standard in the rulemaking, but also establish a process and the considerations that would go into how issues would be evaluated in that process. And so the kind of case-by-case process that I talked about would also be described and commented on as a part of the rulemaking process. Does that?
Okay. Yes, and just a little bit more on that point,
Sure.
and a little bit to get a little bit more specific. So, one of the issues that comes up from that case is if providers, internet access providers, or the internet is treated as an information service, and internet access providers and the internet is not subject to common carrier rules, then there's a question about the court's ruling suggests that Section 706 authority may not be enough to regulate non-discrimination and no blocking, and to enforce that. So I wonder, I know we're just at the beginning of the process, but I guess what are the types of things that you would, that could be done that would be within the court's order that would allow the FCC to actually achieve some of those goals in terms of no blocking and avoiding discrimination?
Sure. I think that what is helpful here is to think about the data roaming rules as a model. And so I think that the kind of thing that was done there is the sort of commercially reasonable standard. And then there were a number of factors, some of them were encapsulated sort of good faith standard factors. Some of them went to the competitiveness of the circumstances around a dispute, and it allowed for the commission to evaluate on the facts of a particular circumstance whether something was whether a provider had made in fact a commercially reasonable offer. So translating that to these circumstances, an example would be perhaps if there were a practice in which a vertically integrated provider engaged in some kind of practice against a sort of a service and edge provider that was competing against its affiliate. Now, I think it is correct to say that this would not be because of what the court said in the Verizon case. It is more difficult to do this in a bright line way, in a brighter line prohibition way. But I think that what the court's opinion talks about is that it could be done in a way that would allow the commission to evaluate that on the facts of the case itself, look at the totality of circumstances involved. For instance, is that practice, disclosed to end users and edge providers at the outset? But there could be a very fact-specific determination made that at least the concept coming out of the data roaming rules that could still achieve the goal of ensuring that in that context there are commercially reasonable offers with respect to data roaming requests.
Thank you. Can we open the phone lines to see if anyone is on the phone and has a question?
Debbie, this is Ken. I'm on the phone, but I don't have a question.
Okay. Welcome, Ken. Thank you.
Sorry. What's your other one, though, Ken?
Yeah, sorry, I know this is difficult when you're on the phone, but welcome, Ken. All right. Well, thank you so much, Stephanie and Henning, for coming back and joining us and for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank
you for the chance.
We just got a question. Will your slides be made available? Can we get a copy of those?
Send them to me and I'll distribute them.
Yeah, if you could send them to Scott, and he'll make sure they get to everybody.
Thank you.
All right. We are now going to break for our working group meetings. So hold on, and Scott will tell us where we are going. And hopefully the rooms will be easily accessible and not freezing cold.
They weren't when I tested the temperature.
Okay. Otherwise, Debbie will not be joining you.
Okay.
Does temperature control fall on yours?
I at least worry about it. Whether I can fix it or not is another story, but at least I worry about it. Hello, everybody. We have an abbreviated working group session. I apologize for that.
Yeah, although
It's been a great
we
morning.
do, Scott, I would suggest, I don't know how much time we will need. We'll have to see how the discussions go. I want to make sure there is adequate time to make sure the recommendations get fully vetted by the working group so that we can move these recommendations.
Yep.
And in order to do that, we have a 4:00 adjournment time. It is now almost 1:45.
Right.
And so if we need a full hour for our working groups, I would suggest that we take it. That will give us...
Will make the process of passing the recommendations easier.
Right. I don't want to
fully
cut
vetted.
that process short.
Correct.
So some working groups may
Now-
need that time.
So, health and disability will be in the CMR here, with health going first. That was the original plan because you're sharing the teleconference bridge and our captioning facilities, and you have interlocking members, so that makes some sense. Broadband and IP transition. Do you want to meet separately or do you want to meet together? Is the question.
You each have recommendations, so you might need to meet separately.
Okay, separately. Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Then,
But at different times, perhaps. So maybe one of you meet first, and then, for at least a half hour, maybe IP start at right now, and then in a half hour, why doesn't the broadband working group start?
okay.
Can we do it in the same room is the question?
Yes, I think we can. The rooms will be the 438, 468, right up the short stairway, and to your right. I will go there with you to unlock the door. The doors are locked there. And this is the split room you were in earlier, last meeting, remember, with the movable wall. Certainly I think you can do that in the same room.
That works.
The question, U.S. Universal Service, do you want to meet? Is there anybody from Universal Service here?
Okay, that sounds like not.
Sounds like not. Okay. And finally, Consumer will not be meeting today.
We're not meeting today.
And they will be having a conference call in April.
Yep.
All right?
Excellent. So please plan on being back in the room at about 20 minutes to 3. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Does somebody have a question?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Great, thanks.
Perfect. Thank you. Oh, Paul. Everybody get seated, and we're going to get started again. Working groups were really working, I know that.
Yep.
So we had our disability working group and our health working group in the commission meeting room. And we have recommendations. So why don't we start with our health working group?
Great idea.
Yes, great idea.
Are we ready? Are we on? Okay.
Great idea.
Okay.
Oh, yes, why don't we take care of one item of business first? That give you a little couple-minute reprieve there.
Okay.
So I'm going to turn, there's a mic right to your right, Scott, that you want to pull over. And Scott wants to talk about a procedural issue first.
Okay, am I on here?
Yes,
hello,
you're on.
hello? Okay, great. I'll be very brief. We don't have a whole lot of time to process these recommendations. As you know, we have a 15-day notice requirement for our recommendations in the Federal Register. Unfortunately, we did not meet that deadline for this meeting. This has happened about 2 or 3 times in the past life of the committee since we started in 2000. And what the remedy is we'll just do a ratification vote of what you did today at the next meeting in July. We can circulate those recommendations after today to the people that need to see them, but they won't be absolutely official until they're ratified in July and with appropriate notice in the Federal Register. I apologize for that. I know we've been really, really, really busy and working hard. What it boils down to is going forward, we used to require 6 weeks out before for information about what the nature of the recommendations were going to be. That gives us enough time to cover any eventualities that occur in the process. 4 weeks, which is what we did this time, just isn't enough. And I apologize for that. We just have to have a little more of a cushion in for the unexpected delays that inevitably result. So I apologize, bear with us, but we can certainly proceed today and then remedy the error at the July meeting.
So I want to clarify something, and I see we have 2 cards up.
Yep.
That does not mean that we cannot send these to the commissioners.
That's
Scott
correct.
tells me,
That's
the chairman
correct.
and
Yep,
the
we can
commissioners
still
and their
send them up,
staff.
right.
And I believe you told me I can also still file them in the open
Yep,
dockets
that's
in
what
the
we've done that
proceedings.
before, yes.
So that answers a question. So there really is not anything we as a CAC and I can't do with these recommendations, and I also want to make sure you all know that this was not any delay on your part, nor on Scott's part. It really was just a matter of getting these through the mill.
Right.
So
Not only here, but at the Federal Register office.
at the federal, yes.
Yeah.
So what Scott is going to do going forward is move us all up in time, and I know
Which is what we used to do.
yeah. So it's just sort of a lesson learned that we have to move things up a bit. So that's that. Mitzi, you still have a question, and we'll make it quick.
Yes, I guess the question is,
Yeah.
one is it possible to hold a meeting that's mostly by telephone with Scott in the room for purposes of officially ratifying it and meeting the Federal Register so that you don't have to wait until July? The reason why I ask that is because while these are available to the people on this group, they're not posted to the website. And so for other groups that want to use them, they're not available. So can we either have one of 2 solutions? Either we post them in draft form that they've been approved and they be finalized on the website now, or alternatively, can we just plan to hold a meeting, put out notice of whatever's going to be adopted and notice of the meeting. Scott can be in the room, you can have it on the thing, people can call in, the whole thing can take 15 minutes.
Yep.
We could certainly do that,
Sure.
if that's what you'd like to do.
Sure. We can absolutely do that. If there is such a, that you've identified one possible use of it so we can absolutely do that. And we can work on the timing of that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you all for your understanding. So now let's move forward to our health working
Great.
group.
Thank you. Okay, so present today for the healthcare working group were a number of members: Paul Schroeder, Lise Hamlin, Dorothy, Doug Troner via telephone. We had a special guest, Rick Hampton, to discuss one of the recommendation actually that we're going to propose now. Julie Kearney was also present. Over the last couple of months, the healthcare working group has had several meetings, one of which to discuss an idea for a workshop on on hearing aids and personal sound amplification products, another to formulate the idea of hosting a workshop, which is the one that we're going to discuss today on evaluating wireless medical test beds. 2 items to report. The FDASIA final report expected by the FDA, ONC, and the FCC is due out by the end of Q1. That would officially be Monday. We're expecting that final draft report to be out hopefully within the next month. And then secondly, building upon the work of the Commission's previous efforts, such as the 2012 mHealth Task Force, and the interagency work that the FCC has conducted with other federal partners. Chairman Wheeler announced recently the creation of the Connect to Health Task Force to identify barriers to wireless health adoption and build partnerships and stakeholders. Michelle Ellison was named to chair that task force, so we're eager to hear how that's going to turn out and how we can help. For the record for today, we are recommending a recommendation for the full Consumer Advisory Committee to consider. The recommendation goes as follows. By the way, the language that was included in the packet today that everybody has is not the language, is not the correct language. There were some changes to that, so please disregard that one. I'm going to read this and then forward it to Deborah and to Scott. Okay. The final language is as follows. The title is going to be Recommendation to Convene a Workshop to Assess
Robert,
Requirements.
I'm sorry. Can I just stop you for
Sure.
1 minute?
Yeah.
How far off of the language
We
is
did
it?
not submit the title that was included today. I don't know where that title came from. That wasn't us. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Oh, okay. So it's a different. It's a
Yes.
different title, and
Yes.
then is the body of it
There's
different?
one
as well?
word difference in
Just
the
one
body.
word difference.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect.
And that was us. So then you can.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
sorry,
super.
Scott. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the title is Recommendation to Convene a Workshop to Assess Requirements for Wireless Medical Test Beds. The recommendation is FCC should convene a workshop to explore streamlining experimental licensing for medical device experimentation, identifying tools and consensus standards to monitor and assess the performance of wireless technologies in healthcare environments, and to assess the need for national wireless medical test bed centers with equipment, expertise, licenses, and support staff. The Consumer Advisory Committee recommends this workshop to be convened within the next 4 months. Full stop. That's our report.
Excellent. So what you have in your packet is almost verbatim the language, with the exception of the word explore,
Yes.
as opposed to evaluate, with just
Correct.
a different header.
Exactly.
Perfect. Thank you, Robert.
That's okay.
So can we have someone move a motion to accept?
Paul has
a question.
Well, then we'll have discussion. So do I have a
I'll
motion?
move adoption.
Thank you, Paul. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mark. And now we have discussion. We have a Paul and then Mitzi.
So I'm sorry I wasn't in the healthcare group long enough to ask this question. Just if you could do 30 seconds on why do we need this workshop? What's the point?
Sure. There are several reasons. There are many problems with wireless interference, and predicting what type of interference there will be that will affect the coexistence of wireless medical devices in healthcare environments is very difficult today. So it's difficult for the healthcare delivery organization to know what will happen, to predict what will happen. It's also difficult for manufacturers that would like to innovate and introduce new wireless technologies into healthcare environments to plan appropriately. It's also difficult for the FDA to perform a risk assessment, and difficult for manufacturers to know what might happen as they go through the regulatory pathway. So we just lack common tools, common methodology, common acceptance criterion, and in addition to that, there's a need to facilitate experimental licensing to perform these assessments. So the plan, if approved, is not to make a decision now about any of these things, but rather to identify that there's a need, and as a first step to hold the workshop to gather input and decide how to proceed.
And Mitzi?
My question is on this within the next 4 months. I mean, that would be that this is held prior to before our next meeting. And while I don't have any issues with wanting to make it happen, have you had conversations with the FCC staff and the various people so that that's a realistic time frame?
Yes, we actually have had conversations with the Director of Healthcare Initiatives over the last, actually since he's been here, and even before that. This recommendation actually is born of the work of the 2012 mHealth Task Force. It was one of the recommendations that they presented to the Commission. At the time, Commissioner Janikowski accepted all of the recommendations, and to date they've worked on 80% of them, I believe, or close to 90%. One of them is actually this issue itself. So there is personnel within the FCC that's working on this. I believe that the date that they're considering is actually going to be in September, but since we had already formulated this recommendation, we didn't want to get it too far away, and one of the things was actually the timing of it. We're okay with that. We would just like it to happen, to be quite frank.
Well, just so that we're not putting a recommendation in that can't happen, do you want a friendly amendment to say within 6 months?
Sure.
So that it is
We're fine with that, so long as it doesn't offend
that
others.
The workshop
because,
will actually occur.
Exactly. Yeah.
That,
and we can tweak that and then send it forward. But yeah, within 6 months as opposed to 4 months. Yeah, it's a very good point. Thanks, Mitzi.
any other discussion? Okay.
Exactly.
So with that friendly amendment, let's take a vote on the recommendation. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Raising your hand, too. Thank you. Those who are opposed? And any abstentions? There is one abstention.
Do you want to be on the record on the abstention?
Do you want to be on the record with your abstention? I cannot read your card. I apologize.
I can't hear what you're saying. You're off mic.
And you'd like to be on the record with your abstention?
Yeah, I'm sorry. You could not be heard.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ruriko Sato. I'm with the National Asian American Coalition. I am Mia Martinez's alternate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great.
I'd like to thank the committee and the chair and for all of those who discussed this issue and provided guidance.
Great. Thank you. Now the Disability Working Group. Paul?
Hi, Paul Schrader, co-chair, Disability Working Group, along with Claude Stout, the co-chair. We met today with representatives of the Disability Rights Office to discuss the status or the implementation of the Communications with Video Accessibility Act regarding enforcement and assistance with dispute resolution. Had a very good discussion featuring two staff from the office and their efforts to provide assistance to consumers with dispute resolution. They've had 10 or 12, I guess, individuals who have asked for and received assistance, and have generally, the office has found there to be good cooperation between consumers and industry. We also discussed briefly captioning and video description issues with DRO, and again determined on video description, which is a different under a different complaint structure, that there are several largely having to do with finding the service and being able to access it. We also have sent to the group very late in the process, and we apologize for that, a resolution of commendation to the Commission regarding caption quality. And I may, if I may, Claude, would you like to say a word or two about that resolution, please?
This is Claude, and basically it was a commendation for the full CAC, basically for the action that was taken on February 20th, and moving forward with the rules on TV captioning quality. Karen Peltstrauss already explained this morning some of the general aspects of the FCC's action that was instituted on February 20th. So our recommendation would be just to give note to the FCC that we appreciate the action that they've already taken, and that we look forward to seeing more interaction between consumer groups, industry, and the Commission regarding TV captioning quality, and that the key is really that the full CAC would like to send a message to the Commission for a job well done.
Okay. Thank you, Paul and Scott. Do I have someone to move the recommendation?
I'm going to go ahead and move it if that's okay. Is that permissible?
Sure. Second? Thank you, Chris. And Dorothy, do I have any discussion on the recommendation?
We did accept a few friendly amendments, namely punctuation and one or two grammatical fixes that I believe have been made.
And someone can send me a copy of that?
Someone probably can.
Okay, good. Okay, great.
Okay. Any discussion? I'm sorry?
I think Claude indicated
Claude?
he would send. Thank you, Claude.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's more than someone, though, don't you think?
Certainly. Well, I was looking over sort of where I thought he might be.
Okay. I don't think we have any discussion.
Very good.
So all those in favor of the recommendation signify by saying aye and raising your hand.
Aye.
And any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay. A unanimous recommendation. Thank you very much, Paul and Claude. All right. Now let's, two down. Now let's go to our broadband working group. Art?
Okay, would you like me, Debbie, to read through the recommendation before we move it, or because we had a few revisions to ours, so would you like me to read through it before we move it, the recommendation, or like during discussion?
It would be best if you read any changes that have been made before we move the recommendation.
Okay, got
Yes.
it.
So definitely in your presentation.
Great. So I think that was the major focus of our meetup with the broadband group, was to focus on finishing up shaping this E-rate recommendation. I just want to thank everybody who gave input on this process and on this recommendation. I think it resulted in a very positive, a set of positive productive guidance for the FCC as they undertake the E-rate process, the E-rate reform process. And in terms of the why of this recommendation, I think it was actually already touched on quite a bit today, and we were lucky enough to have the commissioner here talking about, or the head of the commission talking about why E-rate reform is so important. But I think we got into some specifics in this recommendation. It's really a set of both principles as well as some specific process-oriented related reforms. So that's the why, and I guess we can talk about that a little more in discussion. But now I'll go ahead and read through it. Okay. So FCC Consumer Advisory Committee recommendation regarding improving the E-rate program.
It's just the change.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you don't need to read the entire thing. Right.
Okay, great.
Everybody has it, right? Everybody should have a copy of this recommendation in your folders, and was sent in advance as well. So if you can just point to each change that was made, that would be perfect.
There was really one sentence that was changed, and it was in the last paragraph there, the not numbered paragraph that begins with E-rate requests. So I'll read through that paragraph, and I'll tell you where we made the change. So E-rate requests in 2012 and 2013 greatly exceeded the $2.25 billion cap, doing so by nearly double in 2013. And it's this next sentence here where the change has taken place. So in addition to making reforms to the program to ensure E-rate funds are spent effectively, the FCC should closely monitor and determine the appropriate level of funding to the E-rate program necessary to bring schools and libraries into the 21st century and remain internationally competitive in an evolving educational environment. Sure, and I realize that's a mouthful of a sentence. So in addition to making, the new sentence reads as follows. In addition to making reforms to the program to ensure E-rate funds are spent effectively, the FCC should closely monitor and determine the appropriate level of funding to the E-rate program necessary to bring schools and libraries into the 21st century and remain internationally competitive in an evolving educational environment.
And that was the only change made.
That's right, yes.
Okay. All right. So do we have someone who will move the recommendation? Okay, Mitzi moves. And Irene, are you seconding? Thank you. All those in, I'm sorry, discussion? So now for discussion of the recommendation. Any questions?
Once, twice.
Okay. All right, so we can move to a vote. Okay, all those in favor of the recommendation signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those who are opposed? And any abstentions? We have no abstentions, Scott, so this is a unanimous vote.
You're on a roll.
Well done, Broadband Group. And I must say I participated in the working group, and there was a real effort toward consensus and good language on there. So really good work, folks. And thank you so much, Art. I just found out you're a brand new father with a 3-week-old baby, and you also did all this work. So congratulations. You've produced a beautiful baby and a great recommendation.
But we'll have access to broadband that's affordable.
Yes, and he or she, is it a boy or a girl?
It's a he.
As a he. So this little boy will hopefully, when he gets to school, be really well connected.
I hope so.
And Steve, what would this be? A work of art.
Whoa, very good. Which comment did you miss, Lisa? Oh, Steve, you have to repeat that line because it is priceless.
I said a work of art.
I did have. Sorry. So there were just two more things from the broadband group that I was going to mention, and in terms of that we talked about, which is, and they're relevant to the whole group because one is to continue our efforts with the consumer complaint reporting. Gigi Sohn today suggested that the chairman's office was interested in working with the committee on specifics of how the consumer complaint data reporting process could be improved. So that's something we're going to continue to work with the consumer working group on. And the other point I thought would be interesting to the rest of the group, because it came up last summer and last fall in terms of what kind of response we were getting from the FCC on our recommendations, was that there was another recommendation that we passed in the fall regarding broadband.gov. And there's been interest from the chairman's office in working with the broadband working group and the CAC on sort of focusing on how to improve the reporting on the national broadband plan, the different points of the national broadband plan. So I guess just to point out that the chairman's office is responding to those recommendations, and there's an opportunity for us to give feedback on that front. So that's what the broadband group is going to be working on.
Excellent. Thank you again, Art, and it was really great to hear that the chairman recognized the recommendations this morning when he spoke. It was amazing that he actually had read them and looked at them and pointed the E-rate one and the IP one out as great efforts that we were making. So again, I appreciate the work that you did. And so now turning to the other recommendation that is on the table, the IP Transition Working Group. Steve and Barry, Your way. Now, there were many changes made by the working group that just during their meeting that they just had. So there is a new copy of it that was distributed, and so make sure you have the latest version.
And even that's not the latest.
What
you got in your packets this morning when you showed up and what was distributed by email was the penultimate version. We had several conference calls, but the process continued. And despite the fact that the chairman said he liked the original version, we made it better. And we continued our dialogue today. What you see, though, and as luck would have it, 3 of the friendly amendments were not included in what you have. And I just read those to you. You can pencil them in, and then we can have our discussion. On point number 3, we added the word "for" second line. So it'll be access to E911, comma, and for people with disabilities. On number 4, left out incredibly from this revised version, the end of the first line, fax, and then continuing machines, and you'd add captioned telephones, TTYs, and then continue the sentence. And Olivia had a great suggestion, and we think it's a good one. In point number 6, that sentence would end with "for all consumers." So consumer telecommunications needs for all consumers, period. Now you have in front of you, with those handwritten annotations, the proposal we have for you today as the first of what will be several sets of recommendations coming from the IP Transition Working Group.
So,
Do we need to read the whole thing?
well,
God, no.
I'm just trying to think how best for you to proceed. So everyone had a copy of a version in their packet and emailed on Monday.
And we've distributed the new packet to everybody.
And you
The new version has been-
distributed the new version. Would it be helpful to go through, can you identify the changes that
These
were
are red
made?
lines. These are red lines. They can tell from the versions they have.
Oh, they can tell. Everything
All
that
the
has
red
been
line
changed
changes.
is underlined.
Right. And in addition to the red line changes, which are, underlined marginal notes,
Oh, yes, but, yeah, Paul doesn't, Paul
we can read the
doesn't.
entire, I can read the entire thing.
No, what, what,
I can read the entire thing for you.
do you, Paul, did you have an opportunity to see the version that was sent out on, to read the version that was sent out on Monday?
Yes.
Okay, so could you go through the changes then that you made in the working group just now?
Of course. The title would be, we'd add the word trials to the title. It'd be recommendation regarding the IP transition trials. In the third whereas, it would be revised to say, whereas consumers are making the transition from traditional TDM-based telephone services to an internet protocol / IP-based network services, we would have taken out the word all. So we wouldn't say to an all internet, but to an internet protocol, parens, IP-based, close parens, network services, and then in the next paragraph, we've amended it to modify that paragraph to say, therefore, as the first of several recommendations, and in order to enhance the openness and transparency of the IP transition trials, that's the addition, and we continue, we urge the Commission to develop a series of metrics to serve as a checklist for evaluating successful execution of the, and we stuck in, IP transition trials before they begin, and the rest is as in the original. As you move down, there's 6 items under the moreover. The first item was not modified, the second item not modified. The third item, I'll read it, now says providing functionality comparable or superior services for public safety, including access to E911, and for people with disabilities, including seeking advice from disability experts on whether access needs are being addressed. Number 4 is revised to say, providing connectivity with telemedicine applications, alarm systems, modems, fax machines, captioned telephones, TTYs, and other similar third-party services and equipment. Number 6 is modified. 5 remains the same. Number 6 would be revised to say, ensuring affordable solutions, options and choices to meet a wide array of consumer telecommunications needs for all consumers. And in the last paragraph prior to the adoption notation, it would say, finally, during the IP transition trials, we recommend that the FCC monitor plans for public outreach to provide consumers with appropriate and sufficient information throughout the trials, as well as independent survey research and other data on consumer experiences. That's the revised recommendation being put forth now from our IP transition working group for adoption by the plenary CAC.
Thank you, Barry. Before we go to any motion, I just want to make sure that that Paul got all the changes. Okay, super. Okay, do I have a motion from the floor?
That was the motion.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a motion from Steve. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mark. Discussion. Paul, and then Lisa.
So Paul Schrader with AFB. I'm wondering if we can move it looks like the item 3 where the disability access is referenced is related to functional or superior services for public safety, including E911. I would want to either make clear or move the item in 3 that includes the disability, people with disabilities, into 1, which is a general statement about the superior or equal or superior services, reliable, functional, et cetera, because this is more than just a public safety issue. There are other issues around Internet deployed technologies that may or may not affect accessibility for other components.
I think by leaving out a mention of a comma, I gave you, I think, the wrong impression. The intent of 3 is to have equal dignity for public safety and for people with disabilities. And if you read it one more time, and I think you'll see that your point, which is well taken, I think is covered. Providing functionally comparable or superior services for public safety, including access to E911, and for people with disabilities, including seeking advice.
Thank you.
Okay?
That
all right.
Yeah, it's a comma issue. Lisa?
Yeah, just a quick question for clarification on the last paragraph. You're saying that you want to recommend that the FCC monitor the plans for public outreach? You don't want them to monitor the actual public outreach?
This is Mitzi. I think the issue there is that the information distributed to consumers may be coming from the industry entity doing the trial.
I'm sorry, say that again. I missed the beginning of what you said.
It may be that the information going to consumers comes from the industry entity doing the trial, not necessarily from the FCC.
No, I get that, but what it's saying is that you're looking at their plans, not the FCC would be looking at their plans for public outreach and monitoring their plans. I mean, maybe they want to review the plans, but monitoring means an ongoing process to me. To me, it would be you monitor what they're doing or you review their plans.
Would you like to use the word review instead?
Okay.
Let's substitute the word review for monitor. Any objections to that?
That's fine, but would you then delete, along with what Lisa's saying, would you delete plans for so that you just have the FCC review public outreach, et cetera?
I'm okay with that.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to do that. So the FCC review, and we go right to public outreach. Any objections?
Did Lisa hear? Did you hear that, Lisa? I don't think Lisa heard that because
say that again,
there
please.
was mumbling.
Okay, one more time. Finally, during the IP transition trials, we recommend that the FCC review public outreach to provide consumers with appropriate and sufficient information throughout the trials, as well as independent survey research and other data on consumer experiences. That would be the revised last paragraph of the recommendation. Good suggestion.
Yeah, we do have other cards. Is that?
Yeah, all I wanted was clarification. So if that's what your intent is, then I'm happy with that. I just
Okay with that?
just want to make sure. I didn't know which one you were doing, whether they were looking at the plans or looking at the whole process.
So you're okay with that as
Yeah,
just read?
it's fine.
Cool, thanks, Lisa.
Okay. Olivia?
Hi. The quick and easy one is there might be a typo in 3. Maybe it's for people with disabilities instead of and people with disabilities. I don't know. Somebody check my grammar.
I think he said 4.
Okay.
We mentioned that earlier. That's what it is.
It's 4. Okay. And then I just wanted to clarify so folks are clear which way I come out on this. On numbers 1 and 6, that we're not just talking about comparability for voice. We're also talking about broadband. And if that is the case, then I'm in a much better space. Right? I mean, this is not limited to just
IP-based services.
right. So that's the common understanding around the table that we are talking about more than just voice services, right?
Right.
Broadband.
Right.
That's what it is.
IP-based services means the larger
IP,
group.
that's what IP
Okay,
is.
thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other cards? I don't see any. Okay, seeing no other further cards, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of the recommendation as amended signify by saying yes and raising your hand.
Yes.
Yes.
All those opposed and those abstaining. Okay, there are a few, and if you want to be on the record with your abstention, if you could please state your name and your organization. I'll start with Krista.
Oh, sure. Krista Witnowski, CTIA.
Krista, CTIA.
Stephanie Pody, NCTA.
Krista, NCTA. I'm sorry, Stephanie, NCTA.
Mary Crespi, Verizon.
Mary, Verizon.
Indra Chalk, T-Mobile.
T-Mobile. Fernando, Time Warner.
Fernando LaGuardia, Time Warner Cable.
I'm going to have to change. Julie Carney, CEA.
You're going to have to change from your...
my-
Okay,
I'm
now you're
abstaining.
abstaining. Okay, solidarity. And Qualcomm?
Yeah, Robert Jaron.
Go to abstain?
I've been abstained from the beginning. I didn't say
Okay,
yes.
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I didn't see you. And Ken is abstaining from Nasuka. Oh, are you?
Yes, I'm abstaining.
Ken
Kenneth Mallory, Nasuka.
Ken from Nasuka. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you all. That IP working group did a lot of work. That's why we call them working groups. Thank you very, very much, IP Working Group. And as Stephen and Barry said, this is the first of, I think, a lot of work from the Transition Working Group. Yes. And I know that several organizations have already put forth some further recommendations that you're going to talk about. Do you want to continue to report?
I was just going to wrap up. That's exactly right. So we're recommendations, ideas for discussion are bubbling up now, and so we're collecting that information. And over the next few weeks, we'll then set up another call, look at, prioritize, discuss, and move on for perhaps getting expert presentations and then developing further recommendations. That's all we have to report.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you all. This has been a long but very productive day, lots of great discussions and reports, and I think we all got a great deal of information today, as well as got a great deal of work done. So thank you all. Our next meeting is on July 25th. In-person meeting, that's right. So that's our next in-person meeting, and thanks to Mitzi's suggestion, we will plan a conference call to officially ratify our recommendations from today, and we will have that happen as soon as we can make that happen, right, Scott? And unless anything else comes up before then, we will see each other July 25th. Oh, thank you. We did forget something here. We have an opportunity for public comments.
Absolutely.
Oh, but you're not here. But we do have to call for public comments from, I apologize too. That's a very important part of our CAC meeting.
We should mention October 20th also.
Okay, I will mention that as well. So, is anyone in the room here for to make a public comment to the Consumer Advisory Committee?
Screw up that bad.
All right, well, I was hoping that might be the case. But all right, hearing none. So Scott just also wanted to make sure you knew for your calendar purposes that we also have a date set for October as well. So there's a meeting October 20th. So we have 2 dates. You can set your calendar for the year. Those are our
Those are the two remaining meetings of this term. In-person meetings, and that October date is a Monday. The July is a Friday.
And those are, for those of you who might not know, so it doesn't sneak up on you, that is our final meeting date of the year and the final meeting date for this Consumer Advisory Committee. Our charter then ends, and a new
on the 23rd.
CAC will be formed. So there you go. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. It was a great meeting, and have a good weekend. Do I have a motion to adjourn? There you. All those in favor?
Acclamation.
Okay, there you go. Thank you all. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, everybody. Good seeing you all.